In World of Wonder version 3.4, we made several improvements to interactions and gameplay devices. Let's check them out. Let's start with the updates to the defensive tower device and environment control device. You can now set multiple defense towers when using interaction activation. Now, when players interact with the device in a creation, they can select any defense tower from the list to spawn it. New environment control device weather. You can now give your creation a unique sky with blood moon weather. Next, we updated the water cube. With more customization options, you can now customize them to look like lava and polluted water. We hope this helps you design gameplay that's even better suited for your creation. Finally, to help creators design creations more efficiently, we've made various interaction improvements. In area editing mode, the grid plane's height will no longer change when placing objects. At the same time, free editing mode now supports zooming in and out using your fingers. In terms of the backpack, you can now choose whether to have it cover half the screen or be further minimized. We've also added secondary tabs and tags, so you can find the objects you need much faster. Furthermore, you can now drag objects directly from the backpack to place them. We also improved horizontal and vertical character movement by removing the effects of inertia. You can long press to continue moving. In free editing mode, use the quick move button to move directly to the plane of a selected object. The camera is now positioned towards the right when the UI is expanded, so it no longer blocks the player or objects. This should make editing objects more convenient. Likewise, when editing building objects, they can be resized and rotated along the X and Y axes without using parameter switches. That's it for this introduction to the new and improved World of Wonder editor controls. Experience the latest improvements for yourself. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. Winner winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Dear survivors of PUBG Mobile Metro Royale, have you noticed that the town is a little different from before? A mysterious power is quietly approaching. Let's see what happened to the town. When the darkness of night falls, the town becomes rather enchanting. You will find a bottle of transformation salve in your backpack. It will bring you a completely different experience. Use it to transform into a vampiric fiend or wolf warrior. Use their powers to fight against zombies and other enemies. If you choose to become a vampiric fiend, you will gain the ability to fly. When you're surrounded by zombies, you can make a quick escape. You can also fly in the sky and launch attacks at enemies on the ground. Once you reach a certain altitude, you can use the quick dive ability to swoop to the ground, dealing damage to zombies and enemies within range. Also, after you defeat an enemy, a blood orb will spawn nearby on the battleground. Touch it to recover some health over a short period of time. When transformed, you will automatically absorb blood orbs nearby. If you choose to become a wolf warrior, you will gain a speed boost, jump boost, and wall climb ability. These abilities enhance your mobility, helping you sprint quickly to the next fight. You can also jump and climb walls to get over obstacles. Additionally, wolf warriors have a close combat advantage. You can punch to deal damage to zombies and enemies within range. When sprinting, you can still launch an attack to damage enemies within range. Oh, and using the Howl ability buffs you and your nearby teammates. Whether you choose to transform into a vampiric fiend or a wolf warrior, they will grant you power in the dark of night. Making strategic use of their abilities will definitely provide you with a unique and fun gaming experience. To that end, we've also made adjustments and improvements to the room feature in Metro Royale. We've removed some original room parameters and also added some new ones. Now, in the room's advanced parameters screen, you can enable all members use owner's loadout and talents. After enabling it, all players will use the owner's preset loadout and talents. We've also added settings for match duration and return point ready duration. You can customize their parameters according to match requirements. Furthermore, players spectating in the room can now view return point information on the spectator map. In addition to all of this, we've also improved how custom parameters are displayed on the room screen. You can now clearly see details of the parameters you wish to customize. We hope these improvements will elevate your gaming experience. Some basic functions have also been improved. From Chapter 22 onwards, you can head to Settings, Controls, Advanced Controls to choose if you want to show teammate outfits in the lobby and during matches. Furthermore, on the screen to hide advanced equipment, we've added the Hide Advanced Helmet option so you can further customize your look in the lobby and during matches. Additionally, players who play both Classic Mode and Metro Royale can head to Settings and, depending on their needs, independently disable auto pickup for just Metro Royale. Chapter 22 also brings new season rewards and collectibles, so don't forget to increase your season level and get your collectibles and rewards. On top of that, Misty Port, Arctic Base, and the Zombie Uprising mode will have special supply crates scattered around. These crates may turn out to be a treasure specter when open. If you happen to come across them, don't let them get away. Defeat them to get lots of supplies. Remember to look out for them. Oh, and one final thing. You can swipe left from the lobby to access your most played game modes and set Metro Royale as a shortcut. That way, you can easily access Metro Royale. PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 22 will be available on September 12th. Don't miss out on this update. Embark on an enchanting adventure, and may your evacuation be safe and your loot plentiful. Fortune favors the brave. Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain a rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or vampiric fiend form will generate a blood orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. Vampiric fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, vampiric fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a frenzied state. Dracula uses various ranged attacks in the frenzied state and also brings out a shield. But fear not, after breaking his shield, he'll take a lot more damage. Get behind cover to evade his ranged attacks. Challenge Dracula now to get amazing rewards. Moving on, we've also spiced up treasure hunting with gargoyle troves and treasure specters. You'll get loads of great rewards from them. Additionally, we've added a banner display mechanic that lets you show off your elimination count after transforming. Let everyone know your achievements in Blood Moon Awakening. In this version's updated classic mode, we added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot, is agile, enjoys a fast rate of fire, but does not support aiming down sights. Likewise, we added a new vehicle, the Hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents players inside and outside from firing at each other. We've also added the self-AED to classic mode. We hope it adds another layer of tactics. Also, the Crimson Castle Plaza themed map has been added to arena mode. Defeat enemies with your teammates in intense battles like never before. Stay tuned for classic mode update videos to learn more. With Blood Moon Awakening's arrival, you can now also fight zombies in Metro Royale's Zombie Uprising mode as a werewolf or vampire. Choose from different abilities to thwart the zombie waves. We've also added treasure specters to the Misty Port and Arctic base maps. Defeat them to get great rewards. Furthermore, we've made some room and basic feature updates. Follow Metro Royale announcements for more details. The new version brings the debut of the Maple Courtyard Palace series of home items, along with an event celebrating its launch. New stylish items await you. Don't forget to join the home competition. Unleash your creativity and build your dream home. Stay tuned for home update videos to learn more. Version 3.4 also brings Wonder Season to World of Wonder. Also, we've added a new map template featuring Erangel after a century-long drought. More importantly, vampire and werewolf transformations are now available in World of Wonder. May this bring your World of Wonder creativity to a new level. For more details, stay tuned for World of Wonder news. Plus, Cycle 7 Season 20 has been updated, with new tier rewards for both Classic Season and Casual Season. That's it for this overview of the new content available in Blood Moon Awakening. Get ready for the grand supernatural showdown between werewolves and vampires. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Here, but Ratto Boy goes down. The need through the back 90 points. 1 minute turn. There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! Oh! He goes on to do it.
Welcome to the PMSL EMEA. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank. We're going to be taking you through all of the action for the next almost a month, isn't it? What's going on there? Have you you've got your...
Check this out. I've got the white headphones, white background. Look at me. I'm like blending in. I've got the white t-shirt. Dude, I'm basically a floating head at this point in time. This is great.
Absolutely. I'm browning it down a little bit here, but we're going to be getting on to the games. Yeah, we've got about a month of games coming up for you as well. Only 6 today. I know, boo-hoo, but you'll get plenty if you stay tuned, of course. But it's exciting to be back. We've seen the qualifiers coming through. Some teams just about making it. They maybe should have done a little bit better. And you can stay up to date with just what happened over there over on the social channels. You can see down below. Look at that. PUBGmobile.europe.official on Instagram.
Bang.
The rest listed there on the blank.
On the blank?
Under
on the me? On the me. It's on the me. On the me right now is the socials. Very nice. Maybe like get them, I don't know, printed out on my t-shirt. That'd be cool. I'd enjoy that. But yeah, it's been a interesting run up to PMSL. Let's take a look at the prize pool right now. Check out what these players are indeed playing for. 400,000 smackaroodies on the table for these players. Participation reward at a cool 40 grand. League stage can be equal to 82 grand, and then we'll be going into finals, which is where the majority of that prize pool is held at $227,500. That's some big money.
Whoa, that is pretty impressive stuff. The participation reward is split between all of our teams here, so it's not 40k for each of our teams. That would be kind of crazy, really. But you know what? Sometime, maybe in the future, that might happen. Not today, though. This is the breakdown of the placements from the finals prize pool. That top spot raking in $55,000. That's right. A lot of money up for grabs at the top and a 20k drop off down into second place. These teams are competing for the big time.
And they are. So it's around about 57,000 between second and third place. You're still making a hefty chunk overall. But yeah, you're looking for that first place here. That's where you're going to be getting most of your money from. With 16th place, you know, just getting yourself into that finals, giving you a sweet 5 grand. But overall, I think this is generally very similar to PMSL Spring. So if you joined us for that one, you'll know what's going on here. And you could maybe tell me what's coming up next in the shack. I'm sure you already know. But yeah, so we'll have format coming along soon, as well as just going over the tournament in general. We have a couple things changing from last time. One of those things is the teams that will be participating. Let's take a look.
Let's have a look. Indeed, we have got 20 teams on the screen for you there. Only the logos. You don't get their names just yet. You'll have to watch to find them out. Yeah, it was really rapid counting. I cheated a little bit by already knowing how many teams there were in the tournament. But there you go. Standout teams. I'm looking at IWNRX. I'm looking at Team Spirit. I'm looking at Brute Force. These are teams that we've sort of pinned towards the top. Is there anyone else that you'd add in there?
Vibes Esports, Power, Dagestan. I think Dagestan as well. Yeah, it seems like a good team to go for. So those other ones right there, ones that maybe I'd be looking at. Reject Bra, if they can rein things in, potentially. Maybe they do something good here. I think they're a team that performs pretty damn well. Just sometimes they push the boat out too far, get themselves into some sticky situations that they can't really find themselves out of. So yeah, for Reject Bra, great team, a little bit overzealous at times.
Yeah, I mean they did all right over in the Super League last season. I mean they came in 8th at the end of it. For RC Bra, it was a little bit up and down. We'll look for a little bit more of them. I know Maxman was a particular fan of certainly one iteration of this team. I can't remember how many iterations it was ago, but he liked their positional style then. Hopefully they'll be able to bring that back. I'm also looking at Fireflux and wanting to see them have a return to the pace that we've come to expect from them, because the fall off has been pretty immense for them. S2G as well. These are two teams, two big organizations, two big names from the Türkiye region that I think need to put their best foot forwards. And in order to do that, they'll need to make the most of our format. Let's take a look at that for just a moment here. The league stages for 3 weeks will be 20 teams, 5 groups of 4 teams, which means that one group will be sitting out each day. And based on what happens during each week, you will get league ranking points based on those weekly rankings. When all is said and done, it is going to be added up, those weekly ranking points, and the top 16 teams will be moving to our finals in the 4th week of our tournament, where they will take 50% of their accrued ranking points into the finals to give them a little bit of head start if you sit up towards the top. So every match counts.
Yes, it does. So we have 1 point for elimination each, and dropping down to 8th place, that will be 1 point. We'll get this one fixed up at a later date, but named to 16th will get 0 points. Can't have 20 teams in a single lobby, John, unfortunately. And bonus points. According to the league ranking points, I believe. But yeah, so you will get bonus points going into the finals.
Yeah, and obviously those will be, well, not obviously, they will be divided in half after the qualifying teams are calculated, going on into those finals. So head starts available. I think there was a chicken dinner bounty, if I'm not mistaken, as well. Let's take a look at our calendar for the next month to make sure that you guys know where you should be and at what time. That's right, Wednesdays through Sundays here at the PMSL EMEA for week 1, 2, and 3. And then after our 3rd week, the top 16 will be decided, and we'll be going into the finals bracket, that super weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday on the 11th, 12th, and 13th of October.
That's right. So you'll be joining us here for each PMSL EMEA week from week 1 to week 3, and then heading over to the finals, which will be happening in October. Here's our schedule for the day. Sandhawk into Erangel, into Erangel, into Erangel, into Miramar, into Miramar. So obviously it's going to be pretty nice to see here with all of the teams competing over these 3 maps.
And we're getting everybody locked and loaded. Sandhawk to kick things off. You know, it's always quite good fun to get our teams warmed up on Sandhawk, to get them a little bit ready for the fight. But it does add up, especially over these long form tournaments, right? Making sure that you have got some strong scoring on every single map, including Sandhawk. Because oftentimes, some very, very strong teams sometimes have a couple of weaknesses that they can be exploited on Sandhawk. Looking at you, Team Spirit, over in that boot camp hot drop.
Pretty good at that.
Hey, yeah, okay, look. Even if they win it, 60% of the time, it's still not ideal to lose that 40%.
Yeah, but I mean, that was because the team kept dropping on them every single time, and then someone would come off the back of it. I mean, most teams would just leave them to do boot camp because they ruined their tournament, did Team Spirit, when that happened. Ruined the other team's tournament, that is, after they figured out what was going on. I think they got the vast majority of their points on Sandhawk as well, so it's a good map for them. They're a very widely known team to be good on Sandhawk. Major Pride was great on that position, and a lot of the players from that team were previously on Major Pride, with Kitsune even having very good idea of how to play that Southwest crossing. But yeah, just a little tidbit there for you guys at home.
To be fair, Team Spirit over in the qualifiers did do phenomenally well compared to everybody else, qualifying out in their top spot. So we'll see if they can carry that momentum forwards to take on the partner teams that had their spot already saved for them. Someone was put their bag on the sofa next, and they're like, no, sorry, this spot is for Virtus Pro. You can't sit here, Team Spirit. And they were like, okay, we'll bring our own table. And they qualify like that.
Yeah, that's exactly what they do. But yeah, I think overall this is going to be a very, very good tournament, very fun. I think with the new league system, you have a case where you have some very, very strong teams that come and join us in our leagues, and they're a little bit more competitive. We'll put it that way. I actually really enjoyed EMEA. It was funny going from EMEA into EWC because I think we had a tighter group in terms of skill level in PMSL EMEA Spring than we did at EWC. PMWC, sorry. So very, very fun overall. Not to say that the skill levels weren't on the up end the same, but just in terms of everyone fighting off against one another, it was very, very even.
Yeah, I would say as well, there is the factor that all of these teams are going to be playing such a long-form tournament against each other, which means that you don't need to go for maybe as risky plays as perhaps you might need to in PMWC, the shorter form tournament over there, kind of exacerbating mistakes a little bit, whereas you can just sort of eat a mistake or two over the course of the week that you have and the 3 weeks that you've got overall to play, because it is a bit of a marathon here as we are getting ready to lock and load. You can see everything being firmly discussed here between every single player, making sure that they are ready for Sandhawk, the most chaotic of our drops.
Yeah, damn. You got the big overhaul of the team over here. Getting quite a few different players in.
Yeah. This is a lot of players being shuffled over. That Enigma Galaxy roster taking quite a few players. You've got Narvalo, Redox, and Snowix coming over to join Ralph as the IGL. Ralph was the IGL for Enigma Galaxy previously, but they've dropped, for instance, they've dropped Coops from Enigma Galaxy and replaced that one there. A couple of other shuffles as well. Team Spirit staying true to themselves, though, as they like to do. Keeping it simple, keeping it ready. All right. I see you there, Power.
Yeah, we got Power back in. I think Satan's playing once again. Not the ideal lineup, in my opinion, personally. I think we saw a much better iteration of this team at EWC without Satan in the lineup. But that's a personal opinion. We'll see how it plays out here. I think they did just play overall much better. Navi on our screens at the moment. Players all getting ready to go. Headphones going on. Get ready to get into game.
The smiliest man in esports. Oh, good old firm back slap. I'll get the blood pumping from Axa. Smiling as always.
It's your boy. Arctic Wolves, I believe this is. I could be wrong. Remember, it's a different esports team.
I've got some ambiguous logos there.
They're all hiding them as well from me.
Yeah, can't see. Get those logos out. Come on, let's study. As we get into our first match, I'm sure they'll make themselves known fairly soon.
Funky music right now.
That's definitely footballist.
That's a footballist, if ever I saw one.
Oh yeah, for sure. Foot Chaos there on the screen. Dokkan Machine or Dokkanma, Dokkan Machine, titled in game. Very strong player, hopefully. Dokkanma, as they listen. Well, they listen like that on Wikipedia. Dokkanma, Dokkan your what? That's what I want to know. We're going to be finding that out over the next few weeks. IWNRX.
Docking your pay.
Docking your pay if you don't get the results. Or if you don't unleash the beast with Monster Energy at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. IWNRX, they were able to do some beast-based unleashing in the past. Specifically, this man, Zed Wolf. There you go. That can't be a coincidence. That's a beast.
That is a beast right there. Enjoy that one. So I'm just pulling up. I'm pulling up Fall right now, you know, on the old interwebs.
Oh, yeah.
I'm getting some information.
And,
doesn't exist right now, apparently.
What, this tournament?
I'm sure it does. I just can't find it.
No, the tournament is actually a fabrication. I've made it all up, and there is no production going on right now. It
don't exist. It's a lie.
Funny little prank that I've pulled on you. And how's that feel?
Big prank for you. I think that the funny thing was that Team Spirit did get relegated, right? Not to re-qualify. Wasn't really that much of a problem for them, though. No, dominated, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, they have to get in on the qualifier, right, to try and get through to face off the partner teams, which is kind of rough, right? So a non-guaranteed spot. I mean, I guess it might be nice for them to sort of just constantly have to prove themselves, but it also must be quite nice for teams like Guild Esports, for instance, and Virtus Pro to just be able to rock up to this tournament and have a real crack at it. So we'll have to see how they get on. Virtus Pro on camera right now. That's Bishke, Koa, Icy, and Malloy. A nice old hodgepodge team there. Let's see what they can pull out of the bag for day number one. That's what we're getting underway with. Fireflux, this is really needing for me to be a redemption arc for this team, to see if they can really get back on the wagon. I think that they were one of the powerhouses of Türkiye. What is going on with those chairs?
I don't know, some fluff on the back of them, some polar bears just hanging around for 77, just 77, taking out the first part of their name, just using the last part. From now on.
Yeah.
No longer Dagestan.
I want to get 77 points. That's what I want.
You can get 77 points. This is an interesting one. What's that then? What was that?
I think was that a remote control for his phone? They've all got them. Not entirely sure. We'll have to get in and amongst it. Well, we're going to get in and amongst them lickety-split because we're heading on into Sandhawk. That is right. Our first match will take us back to the jungle, playing path from the northwest side down to the southeast side with the Infinix GT20 Pro. Our players will be taking one another on once again.
Got 77 Magnum in the front of the plane, looking to duck on out. So we head over the entirety of the map. Boot camp being opened up straight away. Invertis Pro heading down towards that south side. You imagine Team Spirit's going to be getting out there. It's kind of weird not seeing Team Spirit in their signature purple. And instead this time, spot in the green. Spot in the green.
I feel like it's only a matter of time before teams start putting in their contracts that they have to be a certain color. It would help us out, to be fair, on the minimap. But then you get teams from different regions who are like both contracted to have the same color, and that would be a logistical nightmare. Blank. I don't know why I brought it up.
Yeah, it would be horrendous. I mean, it would be cool. It would be very hard to organize.
That is true.
Excuse me. Yeah, Trovo 2030. Living in 2030, these guys. They're in the future. They're up towards Cow. They're living time ahead at the moment. But yeah, Power, Fidan, Alhaji, Satan. Believe it's easy. It could be wrong. Can't really see him right now. But we are heading down towards that south side with Enigma Galaxy. He's had a big old shift up in players, by the way.
Oh yeah, this is Twisted Minds actually, with Robs on the boards. Another team that has had a bit of a shift up. They've managed to snaffle up Coops. They've got Robs on as well. This is a pretty high fragging roster, right? Especially, well, with Robs, who was kind of the standout fragger for his team previously. Coops as well was just like almost MVP candidate worthy. So it's really interesting to see what Twisted Minds can achieve this time around. Looks like Guild are putting their best foot forward as well. Taking a knock early on, early doors.
Yeah, I mean, Guild looking to get themselves towards the end of the year, potentially head on over towards PMGC held in London. Makes sense for them to be fielding a team here in EMEA. But yeah, Enigma Galaxy, big changes. Berlin, Redux, I think they've got Snowix on side as well as Narvalo. So a lot of the boys that used to play over on Game Lord way back when, Mudo to SPG, they're all split up now. Twisted Minds taking Robs. Twisted Minds actually has kind of a killer team, honestly, if they can make it work. Got Lord, as well as Robs and Coops. Insane team.
Yeah, and I think it was Doran who was the extra. Oh, the extra. Definitely not extra as Doran. He is definitely going to be something that they value pretty greatly. Na'Vi swarming around. I think that is Black Esports, if I'm not mistaken. And they've already lost Poser pretty quickly. That is going to be pretty rough going to kick things off for the ambiguous logos. I think they've changed their logo. I think that's what is waylaid us there. But either way, they've lost a player as well. So that's what they get.
Yeah, you've got like wolves in a game. Let's have a look here. I can probably find them on the leaderboards.
Yeah, Black Esports.
Yeah.
15.
Yeah, just with a wolf there. It doesn't make sense, right? Thematically. But who am I to judge, really, at the end of the day? I'm just ye oldie commentator.
What would you make Black Esports logo be? Just a black circle, do you think?
Some kind of void type of deal.
Ooh,
okay. Maybe a little bit of astrology tossed in there as well. You know what I mean? Like an event horizon. Does that make sense? Something like that. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I like it. Like the blackness of space rather than like darkness. It's like unlimited potential.
Consume you because we are the vacuum. Yeah.
Oh,
that'd be good.
Oh, I like it.
Hey, guys. I've just social media'd your whole team. So you're welcome, by the way.
Social media. That's what's happened there.
You've been social media'd. The SEO's on point. All right. Sort it out.
Make a TikTok.
It doesn't mesh. It doesn't mesh right now. But yeah, so Twisted Minds, in my opinion, on paper, insane team. Right? Yeah. Absolutely insane team. The issue comes with putting a lot of players that have big personalities, big gameplay, all on one squad. Because you do need to have a fall man a lot of times. That sounds bad, but you do need like a fall man on every team. The guy that doesn't want to do the pretty jobs, but he'll do them, and he'll do them well. For instance, playing backstop, playing the off angle, a lot of fights where your boys just moving forward. I don't think they really have too much of that. I mean, Doran's okay at it, but a lot of times he was supported a lot by Kapahala back in the day. But I don't know. This is a team that, like I said, on paper, this is one that could be getting the A stars. Or what they call it, like an 8 or is it a 9 now that you get?
Oh, I think it's 9s, isn't it? Oh, God,
yeah.
These kids these days, they've changed the grading system, and it's not very accessible to me because I'm confused.
I like that they put the 1 being the worst. I got a 1. Yeah. I mean, you're the best. Means I'm the best at being the worst.
Well, yeah, I guess technically.
Yeah.
You're always
climb
the best at something.
Climb those number ladders. Is it 10 like an A star there, or is it just a 9?
I think 9 is the top, which that kind of vexes me more than changing it to numbers, to be honest. Like, why choose 9? If it is that, then that's very silly. This has happened like 10 years ago or something, by the way.
That's a 10. I'd like to just be like, that's a 10.
That's a 10 from me.
Whoa, it's a mythical 10 grading. Let's see if I have
Nobody's ever done that. Yeah. You sent in your exam paper like a Pokemon card.
Yeah.
You get a 10 grade back.
So PSA 10 essay right there. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to be able to give out a 10 during this tournament. We'll see.
Oh, okay.
Maybe I'll grade some of these plays.
Okay, I'll give you. You get what? How many days of games do we get? What is it? 5 days a week, 3 weeks, right? 15. So you get 15 10s to give out, right? You get 1 10 a day. You can give it to anything and anyone for any reason.
Blanks, that's a 10 moment today. Yeah, we'll do that. See if we can get it replayed the next day in pre-show. That'd be kind of good.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we do have a circle heading down towards the south side of the map. Enigma Galaxy, different team. Do they have the same problems as the old team is the question. At this point in time, I'd be moving. Right, I'd be trying to get ahead of Guild, trying to get ahead of IWRX, potentially even Na'Vi if I can. I mean, Ruins is open right now. You can play over towards the south side plateau. A lot of availability here, and I think for Enigma Galaxy, looking like they're trying to get on the bikes here, get moving. Happy to see it. Team Spirit, though, made a nifty little rotate. I always like this rotate. It's the 3 compound hold over towards the west side of the bridge. Makes sense to me. Gives you a lot of view and purview. There is a small little like hillside, let's say, that kind of cuts these positions off, so you don't always see all the way over towards the north or the south if you just pick one of these compounds. So I like that they did go for the split, especially in stage 2. It's a lot of space to play in here, John.
Yeah, it's a pretty difficult cut though to head into somewhere and sort of commit to it at this stage. Fireflux, they've taken a knock from the south bank there, and they will have shots fired at them by Black Esports from that edge of things on the river. Power have taken a shot and a knock from Nomi from Team Spirit, who are moving down on that western side. They are laying down the law across that bridge. Power trying to move their way on in. It's not gone well for them to start off. They're quite split, and actually the regroup there could be pretty tricky. Black Esports, they're just trading shots with Fireflux, so they did get a knock, but not really going to be able to do too much there. I think that was a different player from Power going down, so that might have been 2 knocks. No, it was just the flush there, actually, on the player who was the outpost down south towards Team Spirit on the north flank.
Yeah, Al Hadji going down early is not great. Considering this guy is a great leader for the team. He pushes them towards... It has even pushed them towards events that they didn't necessarily... not deserve. They didn't necessarily... A lot of people didn't necessarily think they would make it to those events. Let's put it that way. And they just have had such a inspiration in Al Hadji. They've been able to make it quite far through a lot of these tournaments so far, which is nice to see. But with them going down early, that's not great news for them. I'm still trying to figure out who their final player is. He keeps getting hidden underneath stuff. It's quite annoying.
Yeah, maybe one day he'll be revealed. It's like the Masked Singer, you know.
Yeah,
you just got to guess. You just got to guess.
It's frustrating me.
Is it a spicy meatball as well?
It's a spicy meatball. Yeah, I can't quite get this spicy meatball down. I'm gonna need to figure this out later.
Yeah, I need some more marinara sauce on there. Go on,
I do.
ladle it on.
I mean, so I can, slide these teams out of the way. That's right. Give them the tomato slide.
Oh, I'm liking it. I'm liking it already. We are.
This is a weird fight now.
This is really quite odd. I mean, neither team is crashing. Finally, 77 actually pulled the trigger, and Zero moves forwards. Limbo Boom there as well. And yeah, Marcelo is going to go down. Ragnarok looking to try and protect his teammate there, but it's very unlikely that they're able to get this res. 77 can just suppress this position, hold it in deadlock. No one's coming past this way, so they can chill out. But they could get more, or instead, have Yusuf deliver an aid to his feet.
Do you like how Limbo Boom, like Zadira just sees him blow up and he's like, just looks at him. Nothing more, nothing less. But yeah, it will be difficult to get Marcelo back up on his feet. Yusuf does send a couple of good grenades over the top though, which buys him time, but a little more than that, right? Shifu playing backstop. Again, it's the role we talked about earlier. It's not a pretty role, it's not a cool role, but gets the job done. And Shifu, technically, one of their best players. So they trust him to play that solo role in the backline, providing them a lot of that support. And they trust him to pop off should the moment arise with that decent aim that he keeps packing into these matches.
Ooh,
It's also, it is, yes. It's also a great position to force Trovo 2030 into. Like, you pushing them further and further back off this cliff. So the face is over towards a fair few other teams. Very interesting.
Yeah, the circle bringing it back over to the North Shore is going to be quite an interesting development on this fight specifically. I said no one was going to be coming past this way, but now that northern sweep is looking quite attractive to teams like Power, to potentially even Zeus over on that northwestern side, to Zeus Esports. They can maybe make their way past there. So potential entrance into this fight, which means that it does now need to conclude, whereas it didn't really before.
Yeah, again, I mean, for 77, they can just keep pushing them over towards this edge, and Power's going to look for an opening anyway. Na'Vi versus Heroic right now. It's Kevin taking a lot of damage from Axa. Lemon takes down Berlin. Shifu finally follows up with that knock over towards Yusuf with a nice nade from the backlines. That'll make their life a lot easier because they do have another fight on the near horizon with Power coming over the northwest side. Twisted Minds, it's Lord actually. Take down Kitsune on the knock with a quick flush that comes through afterwards, leaving Team Spirit sad. Disheartened with just 3 players left on board.
That is unfortunate. I mean, Team Spirit took a really strong compound for where the circle is, but the circle pulls back away from them. And now they're left on the wrong side of the river. Over on towards Hero. It's not looking too good for Heroic. Na'Vi moving up on them. And at the moment, they're down to 2. You can see both of them on the screen now, and they are getting pummeled back over this hilltop, trying to find some sort of retribution. Volt now taking a knee in the dip behind the hill, has to got the high ground to cover it off, flip over the top there, not quite able to connect, and Lemon does go down on the off angle, potential to get that flush going, but Na'Vi do conclude Lemon is going to get rezzed. And in the meantime, Trovo 2033 as well will fall.
Yeah, it goes down.
2030.
2030, that's correct. Yeah, I mean, for where 77 were playing, they were just forcing them out over and over again. Actually, 77 should pick themselves up a nice amount of eliminations. Lord gets a bit of retribution, comes back his way. No Meat taking him down, instant flush as well, not letting him crawl away through the grass, through the shrubbery.
Twisted Minds getting chunked tucked away, but it is back and forth between the two teams. I mean, Twisted Minds, a roster packed with fraggers. Seems like Team Spirit not really able to hold them out just now on their western side compound. The shift again over leaves S2G in a strong position. Na'Vi now up to 7 eliminations fairly early into this game. That is a very, very powerful tally to be able to hold, but they've got Enigma Galaxy close by to them. There is only Narvalo and Redox there, to be fair, but they still have a challenge on their south edge as they shimmy along up, probably towards one of the two compounds up on that northeast side.
Yeah, this is kind of one of the things where you're just seeing Na'Vi sweeping right now down towards the south. There's a lot of space to be played on the eastern edge of the map, so there's a lot of fights going on. That was a bit silly, wasn't it? Usually fire does hurt and tends to spread, so don't step in it. Team Spirit,
check every now and again, though. You know?
Yeah, the only thing keeping Team Spirit really in this game at the moment is the blue. It's holding both Twisted Minds and Footballists out. And IWNRX right at the edge of the circle. Matic does take a tumble though. That's to S2G, who were very fortunate on the circle shift, because it was quite hard multiple times, and a lot of people try to confirm over towards the western side of the map early on, so a bit of a fumble from these players.
Virtus Pro with Koa on the door frame, good for 1. Half HP though, so needs to be a little bit more careful around the side. And wary. That's where the other half of that word was going. Koa hopping around though. Looks like he's got another member of IWNRX in his sights, but Kyne's quicker on the trigger that time. Peeks out with the right shoulder. Gets that drop on him. And should, in theory, be able to get this res going as Koa crawls his way back.
He's trying to get out of there. Koa not in the greatest spot, but there's 3 players still alive. Icy to drop down a smoke. Pick Koa back up again. Could be back to a 4-man squad, actually, on the very outskirts of Painan. IWNRX do not want that to happen, though, as they start to swarm over towards this building, potentially grab a little bit of that high ground up towards the top. Take a quick run up the stairs from Zedwolf, who seems to lose the direction he'd like to go, and a nice spray with the smoke here from Malloy. Bullets whizzing through, catching some targets.
Not quite as many as he would like, though. I think Frozen was trying to step out there, get some shots onto Icy, but Malloy pushes him back in the building. That slows IWNRX on the south point of Painan. Virtus Pro have got this fight in a chokehold right now, but it's very possible for a team like IWNRX to rampage through this. We'll have to see if they've got it in the bag or not. Na'Vi making a strike for the center in the meantime on the minimap on the northeast side. Enigma Galaxy with their duo remaining a little bit ahead of them and controlling quite a decent chunk of ground. And Fireflux putting pressure on the sidelines. Na'Vi down on a knock, taking a lot of punishment.
Yeah, sort of funny game from Na'Vi where they have just gone absolutely buck wild with it down towards that south side. Just taking fights with some of the best teams in the lobby and winning the majority of them as well. Quite fun, to say the least. Lux does get a nice Molotov over towards Na'Vi, and that burns them out. Keeps their feet on hot ground. And they'll be hopping back towards that north side. In the meantime, it's Enigma Galaxy, Redox and Narvalo able to make a slick rotate actually over towards that northern edge and wrap back round towards something more central.
IWNRX, they have given Virtus Pro the slip a little bit here. I feel like Virtus Pro definitely could have done more to suppress this position and to be allowed to get out of Painan, because now the task is getting out of Painan. And if they'd have just held IWNRX out, they wouldn't have had to worry about this fight. This fight will most likely be the death of them, I think. Both of these teams going to have a really tough time getting through here, but who can come out victorious?
Yeah, I think honestly for Virtus Pro, they did a great job sending nades in slowly, which kept IWNRX pinned in. Nice shot from Biscay on the old shotgun. DBS puts him to bed there. Another stun grenade goes through. Blinds him a little bit. In the meantime, that Swain going down. They see Kyne. He's trying to get some work done. Last 2 players alive now, Zedwolf and Kyne.
Kyne over the top. Can't quite launch on through. Bishgate holding the flank really very nicely there. And Virtus Pro with Icy down. That is on their northwest side. It's a little bit removed from any danger. They left Zedwolf all the way out on his own. You see he's just going to be in the circle. And actually it does shift down towards him. So a little bit more blood left in the circulation system for IWNRX there. 2 eliminations, and they want a little bit more than a 7th place to go along with it.
Yeah. It's good plays from Virtus Pro, honestly. You know, very careful, very wary, looking like Jim Carrey, because that's how the cookie crumbles for IWNRX down towards that southeast side. They're not able to quite get themselves out of the sticky situation they found themselves in. But yeah, nice backing it up coming through from Virtus Pro. A difficult spot to actually extricate themselves from. Luckily, they've got the walling from Painan that sits just out towards that northeast side. Should keep them safe for a while. Everyone else is out in the open. So likely 77 takes a fight with S2G. Enigma Galaxy takes a fight with Fireflux before Virtus Pro has to do anything. They do have to make their way very far uphill, so they're hoping for another southwest shift here, John.
S2G, they have been biding their time, but now starting to come alive. 2 eliminations. They've taken a knock, but this fight up to 77 going well. Flip, last player for Na'Vi. 7 eliminations. I think, yeah, he's definitely seen them. Knows the res is going on and takes down Fireflux. Oh, that's 8 eliminations. I don't think he was able to catch the down player, but you take the team going out, definitely in that scenario, over pinching that point away. Less than min-max, but you'll take it. S2G cutting through Magnum there. Their player down on that northern flank. Pretty dangerous, pretty difficult to be getting on with there. Swash. Having to crawl his way back. Zadira suppressed. Marso. See how he holds it behind this rock. Very mindful. Very demure from Marzo. He's working wonders against 77.
It's actually an interesting moment here because finally we see Virtus Pro start to make a move up towards that northwest side. I think as soon as you start to see so many knocks coming through in the elimination feed, it's time to go, right? It's time to head on up. This fight could have gone very much in one direction for a team. That would have probably put Virtus Pro in a very difficult spot to win out this match. But because they see so many knocks coming through, they decide it's time just to send it. And that's the right decision coming through from Virtus Pro.
They have made a move and it has worked out. Shifu crawling his way. Now the last remaining player, the 77, has to stand up. The blue zone's upon him. Can't even get the knock onto Icy. Will leave Virtus Pro in a commanding position now on the northern side of this circle. Enigma Galaxy have done well. Na'Vi surviving for this long. Pretty brilliant as well. Flip has 2 players bearing down upon him, but Virtus Pro seem to be taking care of it for them.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy in a tough spot, and Flip wants a little bit of the action there. Nade goes fairly close to the targets as Narvalo continues to send them back. What a bounce on that bad boy. Actually bounced back up towards the final player from Enigma Galaxy. In goes the Molotov, but Narvalo's got a good position. Bring damage in. For this world, and he's not. Virtus Pro will take the first chicken dinner at PMSL EMEA Fall.
I thought they were being a little bit slow out of Painan, but you're all right in the end, Blank. It was absolutely controlled on that area. They get 13 eliminations as they rocket out from Painan, make their crossing work, and it was brilliant stuff from Virtus Pro. They made good decisions, and most likely, it feels like this was the team that, by analyst-style predictions, should have won that match. So great stuff coming through for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, to be honest with you, it's a case of towards that end game, yeah, you think Virtus Pro is going to win it, but it's because of a few set circumstances, right? And the first one is that S2G and Dagestan, 77, sorry, rather, they both take an engagement where it could have easily been very much one-sided towards 77, and they should have won that fight with 4 players still left alive. In that situation, I doubt Virtus Pro wins that. But I like the fact that they bided their time, because Virtus Pro, they sort of resigned themselves to a 3rd or 2nd place in that game. But as soon as they see all the knocks coming through, they decide, this is a game that's very winnable for us. They make the right decision at the right time, because even if it was just 2 players from 77, there's a chance that you catch a lot of the guys coming up from Virtus Pro on the hillside there. So it was the timing that was most important for Virtus Pro. I like that game. It was very, very fun. I think 77 should have won. However, S2G looked a little bit stronger than I think maybe they anticipated.
We had a little bit of circle difficulty as well. I mean, it was sort of undecided as to where it was going. Down to that southwest island, it looked fairly set right from the get-go, and that sort of baited quite a lot of teams, so that recrossing, a difficult maneuver to make. But in the end, I think it was only Virtus.pro. Well, technically, it was only Virtus.pro to do everything successfully in that match, right? Because they won it. But I feel like Virtus.pro were the only team that actually had a good time of it. Everybody else was getting held out by S2G, by, I think, Fireflux, even though they went down a little bit later. Na'Vi had somewhat of a success on getting across, I suppose, as well, to take out Fireflux and clamber their way through.
I think for Na'Vi it was a weird one because they were having their own little personal hell on the south side of the map, or, you know, heaven, depends how you look at it, because they were just like ripping through the teams one after another, just on this weird rotate. It was quite funny. In the meantime, though, we're going to go for a quick break before we head into our first Iron Goal of the day. See you soon.
88% of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
Virtus Pro making maneuvers over the river in Sanhok to kick things off for day number 1. They start out fast with 23 points already chalked up on the boards. They will become indelible soon enough after the week concludes, but for now, teams will be looking to chase that barrier. 13 eliminations is where the gauntlet was laid down, blank. It felt fairly deserved for Virtus Pro. They played it really quite solidly there. 23 points, Na'Vi on 13, Enigma Galaxy with 9.
Yeah, I think for Virtus Pro, it's just a case of good game sense, honestly, in those last moments. So when to push and when not to push. Bit of a bizarre tone shift that we had going from climate change all the way to dubstep. But, you know, we keep it real here on the broadcast. We got everything. We do it all.
That's right.
We do it all.
And every single step counts, you know? That's what matters. Team Spirit, though, not only taking 3 steps towards the top of the table. I see what the link was now. There you go. You've uncovered it. The mystery is solved. Team Spirit, 3 points up on the board. Not a good start, but there's still plenty of time left to go.
Yeah, again, well, not too worried about Team Spirit there. Also, not too worried about a lot of the teams that were stuck on the western side. Tough circle, man. Honestly, really hard to play. I think actually getting from there is quite tough. Let's take a look at Virtus Pro's stats from that last game. Again, nicely played, 700 damage, 13 eliminations. You know, really, really easy game that they went for. Koa with some big shots to the DPS as per usual. But yeah, a game that you certainly need to have the wherewithal to understand when it's the right time to push. I think they were slightly late on the push up the hill, but there's definitely a lot of considerations to be made there. I think as soon as they see the 5th knock, that's when they moved, which makes sense to me, right? You see the 5th knock, you know it's both teams that must be absolutely getting annihilated up there. Here's our match report as well, with Shifu having the highest damage, 598, but Bishke taking the most eliminations at 7, which is quite a high number.
7 is quite high, but I think more notably, 598 is actually quite a low number for highest damage. It was a very evenly distributed lobby. Well, must have been, right, for all of the damage being spread around. The nades only having the 1 elimination, actually, for Narvalo. And that is, again, a relatively sort of low-impact game, which is kind of unusual for Sanhok, if anything, right? It didn't feel like there was a real big standoff. I guess the Painan standoff was kind of the biggest situation that actually unfolded in that. And maybe the Team Spirit crossing with Twisted Minds out to the west, that was probably another sort of big sticking point of the match. And it kind of cleared up a lot of the rest of the lobby to make it a fairly linear fight.
Yeah, again, I think the power as well as Trovo 2030 and 77, those are kind of the big standout moments to me, as well as just that end game between IWE and RX, as well as S2G and 77 themselves. Like I said, I think that game could have been easily a 77 win. They just fumbled the fight versus S2G, sadly, over on that northern side. They even had high ground advantage there, where they were firing down towards S2G, but it's just a messy fight. It's a messy fight from both teams. Let's put it that way. I don't think either team intended it for it to go that way. For S2G, there's a bit more forgiveness to be had, considering they were playing from downhill, essentially.
Yeah, they were sort of caught up in the midst of it all, as well, with Virtus Pro coming through behind them. A tough time, but we'll have to figure it all out. Enigma Galaxy, oh, okay, all right, bit of argy-bargy. Get out my chair, that's my spot. Pulls a Sheldon, kicks his mate out.
Try to kiss his mate as well. What's that all about? Stop that.
They're just good friends.
Can't be baiting people into kisses. That's not cool. What if he doesn't want the kiss?
Yeah, you could ask them, would you like to kiss me? If they say yes, then that's fine. But you can't do that.
That's okay. You gotta ask first. Can't just go for the old duck maneuver. Try and peck him on the head.
He just doesn't want a cup of tea. He just doesn't.
No. Yeah, back on board with Na'Vi. Actually, a good game. Enjoyed that one, personally, coming through. That was a very, very fun game for Na'Vi. I think they had fun with it as well, considering the fact that they were just like plowing through people. I don't think they expected very much out of that match, honestly, from the position that they were playing in. Yet, despite that, still find themselves in a decent finish there over on Sanhok. We're on to Erangel now, a little bit more even, a little bit more paced, with 77 currently on your screen. And Twisted Minds always got the nice little logo up and out front. Again, I actually really like this team. I think it's sad to see, obviously, Lord leave behind Ralph and co. But I think Coops and Lord did make Enigma Galaxy kind of what it was to the day that they all disbanded from that squad and it was rebuilt under new names. So I do think Twisted Minds can go far. And again, Twisted Minds and org, kind of good in terms of scouting potential, honestly. I like who they've picked up in the past over several different esports, and it shows that someone is doing the right scouting on that organization to pick up those particular players, because they're all fantastic.
You know what I'm quite happy about as well is the fact that the original Game Lord Massive has now spread to several teams, which means that Maxman can support more than one team in this tournament. It's great news for the French PUBG Mobile players. There's actually quite a lot of French players in this tournament. It's sort of a notable presence. I think we got like 5 or so playing in rosters. I think 4 of them are in like starting rosters as well. So that will be interesting to see. I think the predominant nationality of the players currently is Turkish, given that a lot of our teams are from Türkiye as a region. Generally, a little bit of an advantage there when it comes to national representation, but who's going to represent them at the top level, though? IWNRX, certainly a candidate. If they can outstrip their competition in Foot Chaos, in RC Bra, and S2G, Fireflux. Remember, we aren't seeing 4 of our teams today. The teams sitting out at the moment, I believe, are Brute Force, RCB, so Regnum Karya Bra, and Team Falcons and Vibe Esports. Those are our 4 teams that we're not seeing today. They are in Group E.
Yeah, so we won't be seeing a couple of our teams in the games currently. But we have a good benchmark. I think a lot of the squads that are playing today are some of my favorites. So I'm pretty happy the way things have turned out here, John. Personally.
Okay. I'm glad. I'm glad that you like how it's turned out. I think I like how it's turned out as well.
Yeah, for a first day, it's kind of a banger set of teams. For a first day, getting the benchmark, getting the optics on it, I like it.
I like the ominous threat of Brute Force out in the side. Oh, repping the tech deck. Let's go. Do a trick. What's he got? Oh no! Go back to the tech deck. I want to see what he's got.
Yeah, I could do an ollie on one of those. That was it.
Oh yeah.
And even if it wasn't really an ollie, it's just me go, whoa! For that, it's jump.
You lift it up. How did it do that?
Oh no! Actually, funnily enough, I'm just using my fingers right now, and it's almost like it's muscle memory.
Whoa. Okay.
You've
really
try.
got it locked in.
You try. Did you ever have one?
I never had one, and I never had a skateboard either.
What the hell? So yeah. you mentioned like you knew what it was. I got excited.
I'm excited because I've seen them be used. I know what a skateboard is, and I know what a tech deck is. I just can't use them. I never had them.
Damn, I'm gatekeeping you right now. I'm doing some tech deck gatekeeping on you.
Oh no! Please let me enjoy it.
No, you've been barred. You never sat on a skateboard, never stood on a skateboard, never even put your little fingers on a tech deck. You can't talk about it like that. Gate kept.
Oh, I cry. But we're going to be getting into game, and that's going to cheer me up a whole lot because it's our first time back over the grassy pastures, blank from Mill to Power over towards South George. The plane path will take us on over as the Infinix GT20 Pro will take our players into the game.
Heading right across the center of the map, actually. So, kind plane path, which usually means not so kind circle. 77 not dropping out early. I sort of expected this team to be playing Lipovka. I was wrong. Instead, it's going to be Twisted Minds dropping out. Moving down towards Farm.
Going on a bit of a
split
there, potentially combating. I mean, down on that south edge, you've got Team Spirit, who normally drop out there as well. Looks like they're going out a little bit later, so maybe Milton for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, just hoping to get the old run in. I mean, would make sense, right? Good old split on that side of things with Team Spirit heading a little bit further in over towards Sharkfin. Picking up a lot of the loot that sits around that location. And you've got Zeus sending it far off towards that west side alongside with Trovo 2030. And Enigma Galaxy although not the same team, will inherit Pachinki at least.
Yeah, teams. Anybody looking to break out towards Military Island? Because right now there's a, yeah, okay. I think what's happened is teams have both tried to drop on vehicles to get to Military Island here. Na'Vi and Black Esports have both looked for it, and neither really has gotten away scot-free now. That Eastern Bridge, very heavily contested. This is going to slow down looting if nothing else, but the M249 as a first pickup is crazy for Poser. That goes hard. Oh my goodness, mate. Na'Vi going to have one hell of a task to get rid of that from the high ground. Yeah, get a lemon, but in you go. Got a little bit more black powder in the back pocket there, and we'll be able to blast the V down to 1.
Yeah, banned him as well. Equally as deadly. Nice. Default finds Lewis as well.
Yeah, it's all gone. Just like that. I don't know if you can. Don't know if you heard the siren in my background, but that was criminal what he just did to them. So I'm not surprised. You're right. He does look pretty fresh with the Orca hoodie, shrouding him in fearsomeness. Let's go with that.
Yeah, fearsomeness, like a predator of the sea. The fact he's still alive though, it's kind of big. Carly's up front. They do have a backstop, but playing this little ditch here makes him a little bit more difficult to shoot. Oh my god, default almost gets away with it as well, and Poser was 1 HP. There's a world where he 1v4s them.
Robs is just like, wait, what? Wait, he died? He died straight away? What? How did that happen?
I feel like we're not even there yet.
Yeah, Rob's just single-handedly 1v8'd 2 teams on his own by rocking up and shooting the last guy.
Yeah, he looked sick. He looked really slick with it. Robs was probably like, well, I mean, I'll take the points, but I don't know what happened there. So that's Na'Vi and Black out early. Not the result I imagine both teams were hoping for. For Twisted Minds, though, huge amount of space gathered on the outside for themselves. I mean, that's all of Milta, all of Shelter. Milta Power's got Heroic in it, but mainly over towards Lipovka here. So getting backfill for Twisted Minds, thing of the past.
It's not going to happen. It can't happen, surely. It's good news for Virtus Pro as well to try and extend their lead. With 3 points Na'Vi were able to grab from those eliminations. They're up to 16 now, so they are 7 points ahead of Na'Vi. See how much more they can extend that, playing from Primorsk down on the southwest side. Foot Chaos, they have moved in around that sort of Potato Hill area, the east edge of Pachinki. Looking to try and take some control, but so are Team Spirit. That's going to make things a little bit harder to move around. A strong compound for Matic, but he is on his own. So if a team decides to crash, it could be pretty tough to hold it on out. Hoping that he has a vehicle to be able to get away from there. Not quite as threatening as the Orca, the clownfish helmet. Still, equally flashy, and I like it.
It's orange. As everyone knows, orange is one of the best colours. And even more so right now, as we're heading towards October, Halloween's around the corner. So orange becomes a frightening colour. So maybe that's why he's got the helmet on. Or am I looking 5 layers too deep? Potentially. But I'm having fun. Therefore I won't stop.
We'll get back to you on whether orange is a frightening colour or not in the next segment of Colours with Blank. It's
I'm gonna Google that.
Ongoing piece now.
Orange.
A replay here?
Scary colour.
Okay.
Question mark.
What is this replay for? He's in the dip.
They rotated. Anyway,
Okay.
I could have done this bit, but you were too busy looking at people rotating a car. In a nutshell, in horror, orange symbolizes fire, hopelessness, madness, cycles, ritual, and witchcraft. So, there you go. There's your answer. Orange is a scary color.
Interesting. Interesting. I guess it's like candlelight, you know, a little bit.
Yeah, it's like evil.
It's quite orange. Yeah. It's like it's a sort of a cousin to red, which is the most even color.
Is it?
I think so.
I think red is more the color of passion.
Oh, wow. Okay. I guess it depends on the context. And who says passion can't be evil?
I don't know. Depends what you're passionate about, I guess.
Blown your mind there. Look at that. With some nonsense that I just spewed.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like passion is usually for the good. Passionate about something, good for you. If you're passionate about, being a supervillain, still good for you. At least you're ambitious. Keep going.
Yeah. I mean, it spawned Despicable Me. Gru was very passionate about being a supervillain.
Exactly. And he did a lot of good.
Yeah.
Therefore, Despicable Me, once again, invalidating your argument.
Also, Minions funny.
True. Banana.
That's the peak of comedy right there.
Yes, it is.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. We've reached it. The zenith of our comedic abilities.
Not me
But
watching Despicable Me to understand what's going on with the kids these days. Like, why is this such a big thing? Knocked it on one day and I was like, pretty good.
Did you see that trend a few years back of everyone going to watch Despicable Me 2 in a really fancy suit? Like just
No.
hordes of like teenage boys dressed up in like suits to go and watch Despicable Me in the theaters. It was a problem. They had to actually start banning people from cinemas.
In suits.
Yeah, because
wild.
just hordes of boys would turn up and just like make a massive nuisance of themselves to people who actually wanted to watch the film,
Damn.
like families.
Yeah, I wasn't like that. I watched it on the old video player at home. We don't discriminate between video players. You can use any. We're not sponsored by any on this channel.
That is true. No,
Yeah.
other films are available as well.
Other platforms are available.
You can get your media delivered however you like until
That's
someone
correct.
decides that there's only one way to do it. And then
Yeah, in which case
be
we'll
subject to that.
do that too.
Yeah.
That'll be okay. Right now, little shift over towards the western side of the map. Fielded quite a bit here with Zeus on that long parachute path over towards the western side. Feeling very good about this position right now, as well as Trovo 2030. Both teams getting a little bit blessed currently. I believe that is power towards the center.
I think so too.
Another good position for them. IDB NRX were kind of the stone cold killers before. Now they're a bit more plushy, like squeaky in their performances. He used to look real scary. Now a little bit more cuddly. And these guys just haven't really had a stellar performance since spring, right? That's where they looked insane, and then they got big time humbled.
77 with another crack at a scrap here against Foot Chaos this time. Zadira unloads the magazine but doesn't quite connect. The M4 a little bit more luck there. Needs a little bit of help actually in the end from Baboom. But he's...
Limbo Boom.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, I like Baboom though.
I was like,
much more
who's
fun.
Baboom?
Baboom. Limbo Boom. I forgot the limb. Twisted Minds, they are sallying forth in towards the IWNRX position. At the moment, Doran is down, but that should be res. I think they're all on the inside of that warehouse. Should be fairly safe to get that res. Pick him back up, get some healing done. With Swain already down for IWNRX, they are going to have to back it up a little bit. They don't have the numbers to take this on just yet, or the angles established at this time.
Yeah, again, we get to see, you know, IWNRX, are they plushy? Or are they the killers that we know they are?
Oh.
Are we thinking more Five Nights at Freddy's teddy bear or just normal teddy bear for IWNRX? Go. Do they win this fight or do they lose it?
It's definitely looking a bit animatronic to me.
You think so?
I'm thinking, yeah.
You think IWNRX is a big one? I'm going with Twisted Minds. They're going to win this fight. I genuinely think that like IWNRX had that one pop-off season. Let's
PUBG Mobile completed it, mate.
let's bring effort down to a cool 50%.
What was
Hello?
that? What is going on?
Hello?
Have you just been...
What is that? Dude, I'm just
was that your end? Or was
I'm
that...
just as frightened as you right now. I don't know what that
just
is.
happened? I don't know if that was production. I don't know if that was your cat.
No, bro, that was something. That's something else.
that
what
was that was the color orange.
What was
It's coming
that?
back. It's coming back to get you.
Apparently, it's next door.
Oh my goodness, man.
I've had updates.
Okay. What on earth have they done? Have they just like revved a superbike in their front room or something? What's going on?
I don't know, bro. That terrified me though.
That was so wild.
I think it's gonna happen again at some point.
It could happen at any moment.
Oh no!
You just don't know.
Well, this is bad, isn't it?
My God. Team Spirit over the hump here with 77.
Just ignore it. Just ignore it. If it happens again, ignore it. Ignore it. 77. Whew. So sorry for everyone at home. I gave you a heart attack. I apologize.
I wonder if people at home actually heard it either, because I feel like
it definitely came through the mic.
This is a wild segment.
It must have definitely
came through the mic. I heard it. So
yeah, what did it sound like?
It sounded like a problem. That's what it sounded like.
Yeah, okay. All right, I get my answer.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. It's more
You have. It is Winnie the Pooh, bro.
They've Winnie the Pooh the bed on this.
They're definitely Winnie the Pooh the bed on this one. Honestly, for IDNRX, I'm just not impressed. And I think Zed Wolf. Ooh, what was that? Nice one, Kevin. Through the window.
Okay. Heroic.
That's decent.
Rocking up. If IWNRX survive outlast in this fight, I'm claiming this as a win. And there goes another player. Twisted Minds down to one. IWNRX still surviving. Uphill, can he hold out? Just the one player now. Behind the box, Coops looks for the heel. IWNRX, they're still alive with one player. He's managed to get out. Frozen are there. Coops goes for one, can't find another. And it is, in the end, the fifth night. It will come through. Freddy claims another victim.
I mean, to be honest with you, what can you do? That nade was unreal from Kevin. Went through the window. Mr. Home Alone setting traps in the building.
I like it.
Other guys
Kevin
over.
McAllister.
Kevin McAllister, that's right. Back in business. There's the pan, the signature PUBG Mobile pan, hanging from a thread. It was then tripped by a door opening, or in this case, a nade through the window. But yeah, really, really nice play there. If that nade honestly just ends the fight instantly. You're just like, right, well, we go again. Can't believe we've been double naded through a window at distance. First Pro though, they take the opportunity. They'll head down towards the southwest side. This map right now, circle sending her up over towards Pachinki-ish. See there, top right of your screen. So we're in the hills over towards that south side. Interesting finish. Kind of splits the map between two areas. Damn, some really awesome nades right now coming through from Heroic.
Heroic don't even need to see Virtus Pro to take him down. They are just catapulting these nades on the money, on a dime every single time. Jafar pushing forwards. And he's getting too near for comfort, unfortunately. Malloy will be able to send him back. Holding the corner with the pump action. Finds another. Oh, this is dangerous. I can see this going very wrong, but an unfortunate reposition at the wrong time. And Kevin seals the deal. Two players knocked, but only one flushed against Heroic.
Yeah, kind of a nuts couple of sprays there coming through from Malloy. Or at least pump shotgun blasts through the warehouse doors. Quite literally sending them packing. Get it? Because warehouse usually packs stuff in there.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. It's kind of good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will center up again over towards that hillside. Right now, I think Dinkman actually got themselves quite a decent spot. But yeah, for Heroic, 2 teams in a row. You don't see that happen often.
That is quite impressive stuff. And IWNRX still alive. Just saying, they did win in the end. Although they were on fewer points, so maybe that's the qualifier that we need. Twisted Minds, currently on 4 points so far this match. Replay of Kevin looking at his teammate. Very nice. Very nice helmet. They're wearing matching helmets. And whoa, did you see that orange?
Was that the
orange transition? What just happened?
What was the connection to you, mate? I don't know. It's like so. Whoever's on the replay decks, I love you, man. But is this like some sort of cryptic puzzle you're doing for us? I've got to
like
figure it
it.
out.
Yeah. It'll all make sense in
What's the connection?
2052. We'll know.
Maybe what I need to start doing is I need to start screenshotting each one of these replays. I mean, if we put them in like a slideshow,
It will
like,
spell out
it'll do something.
Kevin McAllister was a war criminal by setting booby traps.
Yeah. To be fair, he did some mental traps.
He really did.
It was
Isn't
like,
it, well, you know what's even wilder? Is Joe Pesci was in those films.
yeah, that is weird.
That's crazy. Like, why is he, of all people, getting cast in that role? He nailed it. But,
Yeah, did great.
yeah. What a crazy casting.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, let me just set up this nuclear waste underneath the door.
Goodness me. Fidan breaking out wide, taking shots, and finally Heroic may have met their match in power. Al-Haji's there. Satan around the corner there with the nades, trying to put some suppression on. They're fighting on two fronts as well. Volt looks for two, can't only find one. Satan is down, but yet to be exercised. As Molotovs fly in through the windows, nades as well being cooked as only the one player remains. Is there a third party to rock up? Not really. A nade in through the window, that gets the flush.
What is it with Heroic and nades? This has been unbelievable so far. Some nice bounces, even off the back wall. Good shot from Swash. Once again, into a double. Almost finds another. Wow. That was a nice double that almost resulted in Heroic skyrocketing up the rankings there. 9 elims this game. Pretty good stuff.
Excellent start. To put themselves up a little bit higher after their Sandhawk getting 0. Enigma Galaxy nades over towards 77. Seems to be going well. On the northwestern side, a lot of teams are starting to falter. Team Spirit down to 1. They've had to flee. They're on the southeast side now. Matic under pressure from 77. It's S2G with 4 players trying to corral Guild into a firing line of some sort. At the moment, it's going well. They'll have to figure out how to move fairly soon as the zone will start to close. Enigma Galaxy holds center with the strongest spot yet.
Yeah, still going stronger. I genuinely think Enigma actually should win this game. I'd hope they would at least. Yeah. On the spot they're in, like they should do fairly well from it. I mean, 3 players, that's the only difficulty rate, but again, open area. A lot can happen with just 3 members. And most teams that did make it in have lost a couple on the way. Matic's having to go for the old Matic classic, playing on his lonesome. Guild will take down S2G whilst Power puts bullets into their backs.
Guild have managed to get through quite well on this, but they are now down to 1. Taking a couple of players from S2G with them is a good result, though. You'll take that if you can get it. Swash and Marceau both looking to try and find that final player on Guild, but Power moving around the edge. Power up to 60 limbs now. Maybe looking for that 7th with the flush if they can confirm it. Losing 1, they are not to be dissuaded. With that scrap with Heroic now, if they can sweep through, this is a pretty decent approach actually towards the middle of this circle. It looks like Easy will find Swash. A nade from Guild finds another player from S2G, and I think it's just Marceau now remaining.
Yeah, not ideal. Really not ideal for S2G. Quite big changes from this team. Swash, of course, Marceau been brought into the fold. Kelsey and Hamzy still remaining on side. God, just the way he moves. The way he moves. Al-Haji's just such a good player. Such a good player.
Handling. You just can't beat it.
Yeah, honestly, I do think that Al-Haji has potential to be one of the greats. Honestly, if he's not already a great now, he has potential to be one of them. And I think people should start to remember the name. Very, very talented player.
I mean, he sort of rose to prominence in the spring season this year with a really strong performance. And at PMWC as well, was able to do a lot of work for Power as a roster. The home nation representative team over at PMWC as well. They will be pretty happy to be represented by a player like Al-Haji. And hopefully his legacy continues to grow. Because he has impressed us at the moment. We'll see if that continues.
Fidan on our screens alongside Al-Haji, two really strong players. I think Easy has his moments, but it's consistently Fidan as well as Al-Haji who are the main members. Al-Haji has nothing to say to Zero. Does not even care about him. Gonna send it back over with a nade of his own. It's kind of good over towards the tree, honestly.
Ooh,
Zero
no.
will pick up Al-Haji. Unsuspected. Might be able to get the finish on it, but he's even looking for the nade over towards Fidan. Come on, bro. Almost has it. Slide.
Can be. You can be twice as strong as your opponent if you're Al-Haji, but 2 times 0, still 0. Unfortunately for Zero, he is zeroed out of the equation and will no longer be a factor.
Is it divide by 0 you get infinity? Is that correct?
It's technically undefined, but as you... If... I'm trying to... I don't think I have time to explain limits.
I knew that'd break you. I knew it'd break you. That's why I brought it up. I thought this one's going to get...
Look,
this one's going to get...
It's undefined, but as the denominator tends towards 0, it tends towards the function tends towards infinity or negative infinity if you approach it from a negative side. But at 0, it's undefined.
Because can anything truly be 0?
Yeah, 0.
Well, there's got to be something.
It's the cardinality of the empty set is 0.
Yep. Well, that was a fun one. That's a good bit from me. I enjoyed that.
Or giving me advanced maths questions to try and break down on a PUBG Mobile broadcast.
Yeah, very much. Advanced questions that I know you sort of know the answer to.
What do you mean sort? That was a good answer. That was the right answer.
Was it?
Yeah. If you define f of x to be 1 over x, then as the function tends towards 0 from a positive direction, it goes to positive infinity. As it tends towards 0 from a negative direction, it goes to negative infinity. But at 0, it is undefined, and therefore, technically, I suppose, isn't a function.
Do you know what I'm doing here?
Then we're getting really into the weeds.
I'm doing real-life stun locking on you.
Yeah, it really is. You got to stop it. Because I'll keep going.
He sunlocked him.
I'll tell you what happened, which was really great. On my way back from a tournament I was working on recently,
okay,
I was sat next to someone who was practicing for their university entrance maths exam. And I was helping them out with their maths paper. It was great. I had the best time.
He was like, who is this mysterious maths man on the train?
Yeah, she was pretty grateful at the end, I think. Well, I hope.
Sick.
She said she was, so either she was lying or...
She was like, get me away from this weird maths man.
I've actually just been scribbling nonsense on a paper for 20 minutes.
Ruined all my work. Getting
3 means blue.
That's a 10.
That's a 10 right there.
So now we're down to stage 6 and only 3 teams, John. How did that happen? During the timesing 0 by 0 equals infinity stun locking.
As the limit of the lobby approaches the end.
Getting closer to 0 players.
Yeah, that's true.
Ooh, 0 players, John.
As a function of time, this lobby tends towards 0.
That's correct.
Oh my god.
Enigma Galaxy got SnowX here, as well as Berlin. This is the team that I said should have won the game. It did only have 3 players though, so slightly hard to hold over towards this northern side. And with Berlin going down, a lot sits on the shoulders of SnowX. And is he strong enough to hold all that weight on his back? I don't think he is, personally. I think he's still got a long way to go. He's a rising star within the scene, but his star is not ascended yet.
I feel like SnowX does need to stand up here. One of the newer entries, I think, to the roster that was SVG and Game Lord and things like that. But obviously now that shuffle has come through. Over to the Enigma Galaxy roster. Over he goes. 5 eliminations on side for now. Fireflux breaking out. Flowing over to the top side of the hill. Zeus Esports to try and push in on that western edge. But with only 2, it is tricky. Nade in from Lux. This might be the end of Snowix. I feel like they know he's on the tree, and he goes down there.
Yeah, pretty easy to identify that one. Fireflux has got basically circle here. They played it over towards the high ground for a while, and it slowly netted them a better position. They had a decent fight early, though, so I commend them for that. 2 players from Zeus versus the 4 from Fireflux should be a Fireflux win. Right, this would be a very hard fight to win for Zeus. Got Maniac and Darkin down the hill. These 2 first nades have to be chonky.
Ooh, okay. First in, looks good. There's the roll up. It's just gone well all round for Fireflux. Leaning out the passenger side there. Goes driving on the convertible. Winner, winner, chicken dinner comes through from Fireflux. A little bit expected in the closing moments there, but they held their nerve, put up 7 eliminations to get a respectable 17 points.
Yeah, weird game, actually. I mean, a weird ending, at least. I mean, Ketch is able to just kind of drive on over, gets out the vehicle, and it's the chillest 2K of his life. I felt like they didn't even react to it.
Yeah. I liked... I'll tell you what went well during that match for me. I think Heroic on their roll up towards that west side compound and a little bit beyond, but after that kind of petered out. There's some really strong nades. I like the nades. I want to see more of those nades.
Yeah, the nades were good. There's some good nades all around this game. I think overall, yeah, for Heroic, really nicely done. Default as well at the start there. Oof, some cheeky elims coming his way, which put a complete stop to Na'Vi as well as Black. Both teams suffered horrendously at the hands of one another, with Robs coming in towards the end just to put the final nail in the coffin. Or was it Narvala? I think it was Narvala.
One of the two. One or the other. Either way.
Yeah, something like that.
Closed it down through the fight. It was kind of a weird match. I think you're right. No one really had a super duper standout game, except for that Heroic crash on the western side. I think that's, as I spoke about before, teams started to just sort of bleed each other and absorb a lot of the points. I'll be interested to see what the distribution is after the break, but we'll have a look at the points then. I'll be waiting for that. I think that's going to be really interesting to see how that match just went, because I started thinking about Limix. Limix got stun locked in the middle of the entire match, but I'm going to have a couple of minutes to decompress because we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll have our next Erangel for you. Don't go anywhere. Bye. Erangel number 1 goes the way of Fireflux. This time around, maybe a different victor, or maybe the same if they're able to do it again. My name is John Allen. With me over there is Blank, and we are. I rolled a 50-50 on that, and I came up trumps. I'm doing pretty well so far. We are going to be taking you through the second of our 3 Erangels that we've got today. A little bit of a petering out ending, I think it's safe to say, at the end of that last match. And this time around, we'll be hoping for maybe a little bit more bombacity, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, let's take a look at the match report of what occurred, what happened, what's been going on. 0 with 682, and looked for 2 grenade eliminations that game, so doing very, very well for himself. But Fidan actually was able to get 5 elims. Really nice stuff from him. Walsh with 13 kilometers traveled. He'd gone a long distance to get to where he needed to be.
Unfortunately, he didn't go any further. I think that's, that was the player got shut down inside the warehouse, if I'm not mistaken. Have I made that up? No, I think it is for Heroic. They got shut down inside the warehouse after the scrap.
Yeah. They almost came up top trumps, but unfortunately, Malloy really puts a big dent in them. Some couple of good shots to the pump shotgun, which has slowed them down quite a bit.
Let's take a look at the damage numbers there. Very, very even towards the top. You can see Power doing the majority of the heavy lifting on the elims, but allowing 77 to get 8 and Heroic to get 4. It is fairly, I think, low, even damage numbers. These are what we would refer to as Sandhawk numbers, I think it's safe to say, on this of our first of 3 Erangels. So I'm hoping for it to change up a little bit. It felt like some teams sort of let things get away from them. A lot of feelers being put out, but not really too much capitalization on that. And I would like to see a little bit more proactivity. It might be a symptom of being in such a long-form tournament. Teams are just like, okay, let's take these first few games just to research, see what is going on around us in these tournament settings and see what we can get away with as well.
Yeah, I think for Fireflux, it's an odd game because I think that they sort of roamed through and were able to pick themselves up some very, very good eliminations towards the end. But yeah, it almost felt like a gifted win to them, right? It was on a little platter at the end of that for them to just scoop up and take back to the bank. So for Fireflux, I want to see some more out of them. I don't think this is the greatest of test how far they'll go in this tournament, just this one game, because it was a weird one. And I think people are still figuring out the rotations because a lot of people are getting caught quite frequently, I'd say.
Yeah, I think that's kind of accurate. Players are just sort of dropping left and right, and it's not really going super well. You can see here are the match rankings. Fireflux on 17 at the end of that one, able to get 7 elim points, which I'm surprised that they weren't on the front page of the damage meters there. Wasn't it like Power and then 77 after them? And then it was a team on like 4 elims or 5 elims. So they must have had a really low damage count.
Yeah, it's quite an odd game in that sense, really. But yeah, overall, fun stuff. Very, very, very fun stuff from a lot of the squads here. I think so far we've seen a good mix of the bag in terms of who goes and does what in which game. Over on Sandhawk, we had a smattering of teams stepping up, and again in Erangel, it's been some different teams as well who've been able to do quite well. It's nice. It's nice.
Getting on into this second round in the ringer. After that match, 2 teams sit in first place. A tie between Fireflux and Virtus Pro, 24 points apiece. Virtus Pro not doing super hot in that last match, allowed Fireflux to jump on up. But the tables are really yet to settle, so I'm not really setting too much stock by that at the moment. Team Spirit, they're on 6 points right now on 2 matches. We want those numbers to go up. That's what we want to see. A 3-point average, definitely not what we come to expect from these guys.
No, not yet. And I think that things could definitely go further for a lot of these teams. I mean, Virtus Pro in particular had a pretty damn strong first game there for themselves. And I do like a lot of the players on the squad. Icy in particular, as well as Koa, both really strong fraggers. Sort of funny the way that they're differentiated as well. The 2 lads on the left wearing the jackets, whereas Koa and Icy, you know, they stay hot in those games.
I have got to find out what's going on with these. I think, are they wigs on the top of their hairs? On the top of their chairs? Are they taking the mick out of someone who's dyed their hair blonde, do you think?
Yeah, potentially. Probably Icy.
Or is it you?
I don't know.
Maybe. Could be anyone.
Could be
anyone using these Infinix GT20 Pros heading into our second match. From Primorsk up towards Kameshki, our playing path again cuts through the middle, fairly safe and secure.
Yeah, we're going from the southwest side up towards the northeast. Again, I think so far in our angles at least, it's been weird watching the way the rankings have set themselves up. Now, 77, I expect to be up here. Enigma Galaxy, with the team they currently have, I think I'd expect them to be up here as well. Fireflux is the outlier with the 24 points over 2 games. Obviously getting themselves quite a few points over in their second match of the day there on Heroic. But as we head down the table, it's a lot of white logos, man. A lot of white logos.
Yeah, put a splash of colour in there. Be a Na'Vi. Be a Trovo 2030. That's what we want.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why we're not using the Twisted Minds with like the pink logo in that. That'd be very nice to see. Either way, Guild Esports down towards 5 points. Not looking great for them.
I'll tell you what it might be. Is that if you're printing your logo on a t-shirt, it's probably quite much cheaper to have a white logo. And I'm not saying these teams are cheap, but they don't want to spend a lot of money. And
no.
So maybe if they're printing their logo on merch, it's easier to do stuff with a plain block white logo, you know?
Potentially.
But they've desaturated the guild logo, which is really quite brightly coloured, and in fact is in-game.
It's odd. It is odd, bro.
I'm lodging a formal complaint.
Are you?
That's it.
You've had enough. Type on the keyboard. Get it all written out.
I've had a blinking enough of this.
Sort them out, John. Get them sorted out.
I know some 4-year-olds who can colour in your logos for you. Please sort it out.
Right now.
Uh-oh. Right this moment. Because Frozen, he agrees. He's sorting Satan out. Satan didn't want the logos to be coloured in. He's like, no.
Yeah, I don't know. I think... I don't want to say Satan's a weak link, but I feel like he is. Sadly. Yeah, not much you can do there. You're getting caught off on the bat. It's hard to understand from there. I think when Kante was in the roster, when it was Kante, Easy, Fidan, Al-Hadji, that's like the dream roster for me. I like that roster.
Yeah, okay.
I think Power does well underneath that roster.
They're not doing terribly right now. They're on 16 points, right?
Yeah, I know. But look, that's from Mr.
That's an 8-point average.
That's Mr. Al-Hadji, though. When he's locked in.
Didn't Fidan get 5 eliminations in the last match?
Yeah, I like Fidan.
Okay. I'll give him a little bit more time to cook before I jump on that bandwagon. But yeah, I see where you're going, and I think I agree for the most part.
Yeah, man. I mean, even in PMWC, change the roster. Everything starts to work out.
Yeah.
I don't know. I could be completely wrong, and it could be just a look-based thing, and it's just unfortunate for Satan for the way it works out. As soon as he gets subbed out, they start doing well. It's like, oh, they figured out their rotations. Or it's just a case of, we had some good luck in those games.
Circle looks like it's going Millitown, and we are going down south with it, as we like to say. Team Spirit, they've got across the bridge early. They were looking to maybe look towards Novo, but Twisted Minds were there and provide a little bit of roadblock this time around, Team Spirit. I don't think they want to go all the way up to the top of the mountain there. It's very, very difficult to get down when you put yourself up there, especially with a number of teams that beg your pardon, that are very likely to be descending. I know, it snuck up on me.
What was that?
Very likely to be descending onto the bridge. We don't have to talk about it. Come on. I've been drinking a can of Monster. Okay, there it is.
Yeah, it slipped out, though.
Yeah, it really did.
It attacked your microphone.
I know.
It's like you weren't even in control of your own body for a second.
I was possessed by the beast. I had to unleash it. What can I say?
Unleash the monster beast.
That's all right.
Can't contain it. It's fair enough. I hate that bug. It's my least favorite bug in the game. Because you're always like, oh, and he's dead. It's not the case.
Poser looking to slalom over the bridge. No one holding on the far side right now. Although that might change. Should be much less worried at this stage. This is generally... Oh, goodness me. It's going to happen again. I can tell.
Oh, you die.
Yeah, I'm having a...
You get that checked out.
Yeah, I do. I should.
Get that checked out right now. You just drink some water.
Yeah, I think I might need to double up on the drinks there. I think I'm good. I've got it out of my system. I did mute my microphone for just a second. So
maybe just don't drink the monster.
Maybe not as quickly. You know?
Yeah. Don't drink the monster really
I've got
quick.
to slowly unbuckle the beast rather than just unleashing it.
Yeah. In the meantime, here's Heroic.
They're looking like a mighty wasp in the sky. Look at them.
Yeah, making their way through, looking to sting and prod the enemy team. Keeping annoyed and unhappy. It's the double glider setup as well, so
It's
kind of
dogfight.
cool. I think they're the same team.
Yeah, they are on the same team, but that would be cool. I'd like to see that.
What is that called? That's a formation.
Yeah.
Formation.
A strike squadron.
Yeah, that's what they got going on.
Wasp gang.
Let's not do Wasp Gang.
Okay.
We've had too many gangs in the past.
Agreed.
We had Watermelon Gang. I don't want Wasp Gang to be a thing. Strike Squadron was good. Leave it there.
Okay. All right. Wasp strike squadron it is.
Yeah, I'll do. Strike Squadron, call sign Wasp.
Oh, I like it. That's even better. Eren Yeager.
Eren Gale.
Oh dear. Goodness me. It's really going off the rails today.
Where's that come from?
Eren Yeager. That's
No, I just mean like where'd that come from?
That's
What
Eren
was the connection to the
name
conversation?
of the player on Zeus was Eren.
Okay, I see.
So I said it.
I thought you were doing Erangel.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Walsh may have to worry a little bit more. Kevin has his back, though, and that will be fine to lose a play. Well, not fine for Black Esports to lose another player, the second of this match. For Heroic to pick up another point. Yeah, better smoke that out. A lot of players around to maybe take you down in within a kilometer radius.
STG over on the bridge side. We are moving further and further down towards multi-power, so it's feeling like a multi-power finish to me, personally. With Na'Vi sat in two separate locations, they've actually got control over towards the western bridge and down towards the south side on Sosnovka military base. Two decent spots to play in. And Zeus is currently playing in Ferry Pier. S2G finally making that crossing. No one really looking to hold them out either. So some very easy positioning over towards multipower. This sort of makes sense, right? You don't quite figure out the rotations on the north side of the map. You're going to get caught off guard. But so many people are just trying to confirm and don't know the rotations of the teams that you're not going to get caught out too often this early in the tournament over towards Sosnovka military base. They can all just roll on through, pick out these spots, and they're going to stay fairly wary, careful of each other.
Fireflux swimming on the northern side. Unfortunately, they don't have the hovercrafts in this game mode. That would be cool. I'd like to see that in competitive PUBG Mobile. It would change a lot of the dynamics, but might be a bit too strong. Getting across this water gap. Fireflux coming up against that barrier right now. Heroic and Twisted Minds clashing quite heavily, it seems. And there's a bloodbath underneath the feet of Heroic, and they come out smelling of roses. It's looking good for them. Kevin and Jafar can get rezzed here. They are fairly isolated. Potential for a third-party roll-up. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, Heroic's having a good day today, man. I'm actually very much enjoying it. Mainly in terms of eliminations, though. Really.
Nice and aggressive.
Yeah, very aggressive. Some good shots going through. Had a pretty unfortunate Sandhawk, which is why their numbers are so low currently. Yeah, a lot of teams making their way in. Good old team spirit fashion, too, where we'll likely have to wait till the end of the week for them to sort things out. Again, for team spirit, it's a bit more tough. a lot of teams know their rotational paths, they know their tendencies, they're the team to watch out for, so you do a lot of research on them beforehand. A couple of the teams do make their way through those cracks, including Heroic. You can get some of these cheeky flanks off because people haven't read that much into them. Sorry about that.
Okay. S2G.
It was a late night last night.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Black Esports getting eliminated. S2G trying to take a fairly central position, but they are quite covered off there. Nice and safe for the time being, though. Fireflux on the northern shore have managed to find landfall with one of their players down off on the flank. Lemon looks to put a brutal nade in there. That could be huge. A knock. Not quite getting the flush either, unfortunately, but Lemon has another. And one more as well. He's got a lot in the pocket here on these nades. A reposition, timely, comes on through for Fireflux. Lux could be pinging this all out. And a sweep to try and help his teammate. Comes on in, scouting out the positions, pings the tree. They know where to place that nade. Perfect. Sulky now last to stand in the way, and Lemon marches on forwards.
Oh, he's taking a hell of a beating in there. Oh, so close, Actor. It's a little bit off the left as Sulky comes out with the pump shotgun. Drives over Lemon. And we'll still find it.
Doesn't quite get all the juice out there. A couple of seeds in the way. Not quite going to get the job done. Pancake Day is a bust.
You seen that Berserk meme where Guts bites into the lemon?
No.
Have you not seen that one?
No. I'm not up to date on the Berserk memes. I've not watched it. So.
Damn. Okay, it's like the tech deck all over again. I'm gatekeeping.
Yeah.
You're Berserk gatekept now.
Look, just because I said Eren Yeager.
That's right. You got to know about anime. You can't say Eren Yeager and then I'll do an anime reference. You don't get it.
And then not know about this obscure anime from 1965. How could
Actually, 1997 to 1998 was the first movie, and then it was 2009 when they first released the series, and I believe it was 2 years ago when they released the 3D animation, which flopped.
Oh my
hella
god,
bad.
I don't care. Please stop.
Don't test me, boy.
Stun locked. There you go.
Stun locked.
Back at you. I found yours.
Gotcha.
Oh dear.
1960s though, that's crazy.
90s. Well, when was the first anime?
Like I said, 1997 to 1998. It wasn't anime. It wasn't anime, but it was the film. It was a 3-part series.
No. When was the first of any anime?
I'd have to check. I believe it was in the 2000s.
No, just of any anime.
Oh, all time.
Yeah.
Depends what you classify as, I guess.
Okay. Well, I've just googled it, and apparently it's 1917.
Yeah, it depends what you classify as.
It was Astro Boy, a silent animated film.
Yeah, depends what you classify as.
That's true.
Astro Boy, I guess you could say is an anime.
You could if you wanted to.
You could. 1917 though, eh? Crazy.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy. That's like before Disney.
Let me pull up 1917 Astro.
You gotta watch it now. Should we do a watch party?
Yeah.
Right now, let's go. Heroic on the east flank, moving into the area that was deserted by Team Spirit earlier on. Team Spirit have shuffled closer to that military island. Heroic have been on their tear so far. Uh-oh. War Squadron coming on in. Guild trying to descend from the skies, and they've had their stingers removed. That is disaster. Flying on in. Is there another player in there? I'm not entirely sure, but they're not going to be in there for much longer if there is. Hits a tree. Comes a cropper.
Oh,
I love that so much.
Yeah,
I think that's the first time I've actually seen that happen.
Yeah, I actually sort of wish that it would carry on going and like hit into default on the other side. Wild stuff. Also, did check it out. I would say, yeah, 1917, first anime.
There you go.
I would agree. That's nuts.
It
Also, kind of cool.
Over 100 years ago. Anime is over 100 years old. It's an old man's hobby.
It is, yeah. I'm in an old man's game.
None of that Danganronpa. Did I say that wrong? Did that test?
No, it's fine actually. I think you nailed it. Right now, Snowix is nailing these shots. Darky and extremely low. Should be able to take the shot underneath. Perfect.
Ooh, nice nail straight back to the head there. Zeus opening the door to try and get across this bridge. More shots landing as well. Move in. Not really look for that res. It's zone 4. Can't really res in this zone. If you can crawl through, great, but very unlikely. Spray and a lovely connection, but is another re-knock. Roll up in the vehicle. Gonna try and run one down. Lemon up on high and puts a nade over towards one of them behind the tree. And that is gonna be Nick McGalaxy taken down, and Lemon able to find the final elimination. And Na'Vi up to 7 limbs.
I don't think he found anything, did he?
He got the final limb, right? I'm pretty sure.
I don't think so.
He was more of a threat than a promise. Foot Chaos, though, they are finding out about Heroic right now, but have taken them down to 2. A small whittle. Nearly taking the whole log there against Foot Chaos, but Kevin will need to get res before they can make their move.
Yeah, Levin actually didn't find a single pick during that entire engagement, by the way. It was just him, like, firing down the hill, looking threatening. It was actually Zeus from the side. Good shots from S2G, though, leaving. Team Spirit, the lowly 2 here. They should be able to get effect back up again. They have a strong spot over towards Garage here. Surprised S2G were able to get so many shots through. Sorry, IWNRX. But wow, yeah, Team Spirit might be on for their first good game if they can get these 2 players back up on their feet. Realistically, they just need to weather this game out, right? As the circle starts to push on inwards, their position gets stronger and stronger over time. And with teams having to push over towards them in pretty open ground towards this north side of military base, yeah, they'll have a good time off the back of this.
I'm calling it now. 2 hard north shifts. 77 win it because they're on the hilltop, and everyone has to leave the military base.
Okay. And I mean,
the timeline that is the most fun.
Yeah, if I was to go for the boring timeline, Team Spirit just win this. That's the boring timeline, though.
I think that's a fair analysis of the current situation.
Of the boring timeline.
Because Na'Vi have moved in on this side as well. Power. 3 players. Na'Vi out in the west, 2 players alive, but they got 7 limbs already. Heroic trying to sweep the hills on the north edge. They've yet to get rid of every player there. Only time will tell if they're able to descend and how fast they're able to do it as well.
Yeah, we're just basically waiting for stage 5 and things get rough. I think the difficulty right now for Team Spirit is that they've hit the deck so many times that, you know, meds look to be a little bit poor on their side of things. I'll have to get the refresh coming through later.
Looks like 77 are trying to establish more control and combat the Heroic incursion out on the east side. You see Shifu moving close. We'll hear these vehicles. We'll see these smokes. Trying to get more information. Walsh is repositioned up to that northern edge and potentially could find Shifu lacking if he's not careful. Kevin maintaining position. They can't really peek over the top here. They know 77 will be over that crest farther, which means that they can't go for Shifu as it stands. Unless Walsh can get an off angle, can suppress that ridgeline effectively, there's no way that you can peek into Shifu. And Shifu's gone anyway now. He's folded back into the 77 stronghold on the northwest side. And yeah, it's not too hard north shifts blank. It is that boring, dull timeline where Team Spirit may be able to squeeze out quite a profitable win.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be honest with you, though, like the amount of fights and peaks the Team Spirit's lost, I don't know how likely it's looking. Like, in terms of positioning, yeah, great. Should win. In terms of the fights they've taken so far, and the amount of times that a team has just laid them low on the actual gunfights from distance, yeah, Team Spirit look a little bit lackluster. Time will tell. Time will tell. And we still got time in this game.
They do look pretty healthy for now, though. But you're right, I think more often than not, so far, we have seen them lose those duels. Luckily, they've kept all 4 of their players alive in this instance. Yekta being out on the east is going to serve as a pretty decent, like, warning alarm for Heroic's progress, right? Because you know Yekta's going to have to fight as soon as Heroic move into this compound. And so Team Spirit are aware that they don't really have to worry about that until they hear that fight pop off, right? Because Heroic couldn't push them. If Yekta was still alive, they'll have to deal with that first.
Yeah, exactly. Sort of a difficult one. Virtus Pro moving in over towards the walled off foundations. Not a bad place to play, actually. But it's whether this has life or not going into the end game. As soon as you have to push out of this position, again, into that open ground that surrounds Team Spirit's spot, on this side of the map, yeah, life becomes a little bit more difficult, I would say. So you got to hope for those shifts to be slightly further towards the south here, John.
77. Pushing back Heroic, who have fallen down the hill. 9 LMs on the tally. Losing 1 player for that leaves them pretty unable to really take a strong fight here. It would be a very linear fight because you can't move out to the west. All of the teams in military base would take shots at you. You'd be on the broad side of the hill. You can't really hold that tenably. IWNRX on the south side. I think if there's a team that isn't Team Spirit that's going to win this one out, I think IWNRX have a really decent shout.
Yeah, I'd say so as well. And I think it's an astute observation just because those have been the guys that have been winning the team fights versus Team Spirit from afar. And I think that Team Spirit stopped peaking that direction now because they keep losing those head-to-heads. Yeah, just in terms of how a team's looking, how a team's feeling, say IWNRX is woken up on the right side of the bed today, whereas Team Spirit seem to have rolled out onto the floor face first.
Although, on the standings, Team Spirit are ahead, which is interesting. I feel like IWNRX have had a little bit more quality to their gameplay, but the point scoring disagrees with that.
Yeah, only after this game, though, right? They were able to get 3 elims early on with Team Spirit. Otherwise, IWNRX should be ahead of them. Unless I'm incredibly wrong and I'm looking at a different team. I mean,
I have to double check my numbers, but I'm pretty sure with the 3 elims that Team Spirit have already got, that's what's putting them over. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, it is. It is. I'm just saying that I think if we didn't take this game into account, because it's not over yet, right? Those points haven't been accrued yet. IWNRX were slightly ahead, just slightly though, not a huge amount more. Very slow game right now, though. For a lot of these teams over towards Sosnovka as we
77.
head and over towards C block. But yeah, you're right. 77 making a hell of a dash in over towards the pillars on that eastern side.
That's Pro ready and waiting to receive that. 77 getting torn apart. Heroic are chiming in. Trovo 2030 in the meantime, pushing in towards Na'Vi. We're trying to hold this stairwell with 2. They've got Lemon and Default both trying to hold their nerve in the face of it, but that fire is going to burn Default back. Needs some healing and needs it fast as they move downstairs now. Both players now back to back, fighting off one another. But this utility can start to ring through the corridors. It's going to be very difficult to make this work. They've got a little bit of cover from this building, but they can't push too far out the back of it. This fight is locked in. Any time that they step too far out, another team's going to take shots at them. They have got the top of the staircase. Na'Vi really pinned in now. Will they be able to fight with their back to the wall? They are being given a little bit of room, actually, as Lemon pops some smokes out, giving them maybe a route out and some potential evacuation strat.
This is hella awkward for Na'Vi. Trovo 2030 makes a right decision as soon as this circle shifts a little bit over towards that eastern side. They quickly make the move in. Lemon finds another on Yusuf, though. Despite losing Default, this could be a great nade over towards Fidan. Gets the spot off as well. Oh, lovely. And he almost goes down. One more will settle the deal.
The rest of Power are moving in, and that nade will tag the heel of Fidan. Catches him on the cross out in the open. The stairs won't provide him enough cover to stay alive, and Lemon is doing so much work for Na'Vi. They're up to 8 eliminations. Heroic are up to 10 in the meantime. I think 77 went down in the midst of all of that, and I wouldn't be too surprised if Heroic didn't pick up too many. Finally, Lemon goes out, and it's Marcelo to pick up the mantle of the Lone Ranger. But Al-Haji is there, ready and waiting to take his gun and his badge back out to the west for you.
Yeah, wonderful hold from Na'Vi. Looking a lot stronger this time around in this tournament, which is good. Team Spirit were able to take down the majority of 77 over towards that east side as well, which was nice. With 4 players alive, they contend with Virtus Pro as well as IWNRX in this match. We can see here Virtus Pro going to have a very tough time as Circle did not shift down towards that south side quite enough. Team Spirit's location fairly central. The question of who does this circle pinch out first, Team Spirit or IWNRX? And stage 7 will be the telltale story.
Easy Al Hadji on the western edge. Heroic. Unlikely to get Kevin back here. Possible. They have got a player on top of him. But a move needing to be had. A nade in, finds effect, and that's a big opener for Power, actually. It's going to take 2 sightlines down, but luckily, Nomi is on the ball, ready for it. The zone pushing in 30 seconds isn't going to put pressure on this res just yet, but that nade might. Round the corner, has to give up the ghost, and Al Hadji's down.
Yeah, I think with the fact that the circle was pushing in, he had to instantly stick the res, right? I guess they could have moved a little bit further back, but you'd be scraping on the timing. Yeah, good nade there from Nomi. So Heroic and Virtus Pro both eyes on over towards Team Spirit, and what a nightmare of a shift for Team Spirit this one is. Good shot from Virtus Pro over towards Matic. Should flush him out there as well. They've got to head over very open ground towards Heroic, who have weathered the storm here at 10 elims on the match. John.
They've done some pretty great stuff. They put in a heroic effort, if you will. And I will. 5 teams remain now as they push on in up to those silos, descending from that hill, which is a very difficult rotation to make work. But 77 punched the hole. They were the ones who sealed it up behind them. Really good handiwork from them. Virtus Pro trying to transition. Kitsune into the bombardments here. This smoke train, it will keep you covered from the sidelines, but those nades have been brutal from Heroic today, and they will continue to be so. Nomi breaking out wide. That smoke cover, all important. Walsh trying to light up down the line, but a lovely little shimmy out wide for Nomi. Finds one. Will hit the deck before he gets knocked in response. Volt, though, wants to put more lead down range and is backed off the angle. This is how Team Spirit are going to make their crossing. They've already paid the price of 2 and another knock over towards Nomi. The nades continue to be such a problem. Kevin launching them. Rocket arm on him. An effect now under pressure. A nade from his teammate. That might just do it, but no. Another one goes a little bit higher. Over the wall. Not quite. Effect stays alive for just a moment longer. But there's more nades coming.
Yeah, effects out, and Kevin caught with his proverbial pants down there. He's able to put out the DVS in that situation and get the kill off. But honestly, for Team Spirit, I think they get a lot further than they expect. A lot of it was just some big aggression. I think Kitsune stays alive. Maybe it's a different story. IWNRX versus Virtus Pro, who make their sweep down towards that south side. There's a big fight, and can Virtus Pro impress once again in our 3rd match of the day?
That's a nicely placed nade, but doesn't quite connect onto Malloy. A little bit too short, doesn't quite make it all the way through. IWNRX, Virtus Pro, clashing still. And Heroic all the while. I feel like if there's a team that's putting the legwork, it is Heroic, but their position really difficult to navigate. Volt, I think, might just have some cover for Kevin to get this res here, but playing as 2, you've got to be so careful. That was a really bold peek coming through from Kevin. Trying to find the repeat angle. IWNRX still holding this fight out at arm's length.
Yeah, they're desperate for a win here as well. I think that IWNRX, they feel it, they know it. They'll push themselves further up the tables. They've been unhappy for how they have been playing in a few of these tournaments recently. They went from a tremendously big pedestal, a very small column. Nice shot from Biscay, though. That's cheeky.
Ooh, okay. Malloy goes down, gets flushed. IWNRX extend their numbers advantage. Kevin, though, still's got a couple of nades on him. Zed Wolf. Shimmy's out. Knows there's 2 there. The DBS is good for 1. Gets the flush out as well. Swain closes the door. Now looting up his teammate as well. Steps out. Has the DBS. This time it's going to work out. Bishke with the hot swap on the weapon. Finds another. And IWNRX is starting to be shredded apart here. The door shut. And Bishke wanted to push in, but will be denied access at the door. Heroic are out in the meantime. Another step out. The res not coming on through just yet, but Kain wants to enact his.
I mean, they have to kind of push for the res maybe, but I think the speed in which he went for this res, Bishke does not have much choice other than to sit outside the door, try and go for the drop shot. In the meantime, everyone else goes down. That will be IWNRX taking the win. Another strange ending there where it all seemed to just fall apart in those last moments. But yeah, very nice game from IWNRX. and they just looked more switched on. Let's put it that way. The team spirit that game doesn't help with the hard shift though towards that eastern side, but I do think either way, IWNRX play that game out very smartly and with a lot of skill.
Yeah, they had a lot of control over that military base. A lot of the open ground was in their sight lines. They made it work for them. They started things off quite well as well. Did he throw his knife?
He must have done.
Did he throw his knife to get...
I think that's the only way. And the fact that we missed that is a little diabolical.
I don't know if it's possible if whoever's operating the replays to go back and look at that first elim. Because I'm pretty sure he threw his knife
low. He had to be low, right?
He had to be, surely. Unless the range on the knife was just like just about tagging on, right, with the swipe.
Is it like
because he had it on?
If you throw, we picked it back up, I guess. But if you throw it and it headshots to do extra damage. Damn.
I don't know about that. I need to get another replay because I feel like
that's
that
not something I've tested before.
That might be a blank 10 moment.
Yeah, that might be a 10. That might just be a 10. Who knows? But yeah, either way, fantastic start of the game at least. End of the game was a little bit lackluster in terms of action and more to do with positioning. But either way, what banger of a game. That was Sosnovka to start off.
I was kind of surprised that it wasn't as bombastic as maybe it could have been, right? Because you have a military base finish, and normally those get pretty hectic all on through. But IWNRX, they kept their cool. It was a little bit crazy right at the end, but in the end, they prevailed, and they used that door to their advantage. Heroic couldn't quite sneak that one away, but they still did a lot of damage. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with you shortly.
Ratter boy goes down. The need through the back line. He finds 1 minute turn.
There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.
And just like that, we are back for our third and final Erangel of the day. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank, and we are, as always, ready and, yeah, raring, I think it's safe to say, to go into the third map of Erangel, the fourth map of the day. We've had some interesting finishes. It's been sort of, I would say, just kind of plodding along kind of chicken dinners so far, with standout performance, I think, repeatedly now from Heroic, who have put in a real big impact on the tables.
Yeah, they've certainly been putting in the shifts, we can put it that way, that's for sure. With Volt here, highest damage of 550. Walsh again, the guy that traveled the most in these games. And Lemon with most eliminations at 4 on Na'Vi. Na'Vi actually surprising me quite a bit. I didn't actually expect them to do so well in these games, but they have actually picked up some good fights and they've been holding their own. Just some of these rotates towards the end circles have not been as awesome.
No one's been getting close to that 1k damage at all. I mean, I'm a little bit disappointed, I have to say, but everybody's being sensible. Maybe it is Icy that they're taking the mick out of with those wigs on their chairs. You're right. There is. I did see that blonde top on him. We'll see if we'll see. We'll get word if that is the case. But either way, I've got to figure out what 77 are doing. IWNRX though were the chicken dinner winners from that last match, getting 7 eliminations, nearly 1.6k damage overall, and they played a nice split on the south side of military base. I don't think I would fault them for how they played that map.
Yeah, no, I think they did play it very well. Every time anyone peeked at them, they were getting some sick shots off overall. So hard to keep up with them overall. They were very, very good, very strong, and some good peaks that came through too. And it was a tough match, 28 minutes, a lengthy game, went all the way down to the wire in zone 9, but 2,000 damage there for Heroic. Good stuff from them.
Yeah, definitely sort of stealing the limelight, I think it's safe to say. That hilltop on the north edge that they were able to control, fight off, and force 77 to take that descent before them really worked out, and they were able to capitalize on that, earning themselves a hefty number of points. Let's see how many that was, because they stole that top spot. Look at that, 18 points for Heroic, leaving IWNRX in a cool second with 17. They'll take that, and Team Spirit finally off the blocks with 12.
Yeah, not a horrible game from Team Spirit, and again, the circle doesn't really favor them, where IWNRX can pick up the majority of the points from a strong position they had on that south side, forcing both Heroic and Virtus Pro to play into them. 77 with the 4 points on that mad dash they tried to make from that northern edge, sending it down the hill towards military base. The rest of the team's 5 looks down to just the single point after the chicken dinner there on match 2, but we're heading into match 4 soon, our last Erangel of the day here.
Virtus Pro sat at the top of the pack of the overall standings right now with the match that they were able to just put through. 34 points for them. Heroic behind on 27. Much more consistent performance coming through from Heroic, and I'm liking to see that. Na'Vi, 26, just behind, and there is a lot of teams in the 20s right now. So still very volatile tables. Not too much to go by here. I think anybody at this stage is still very much in with a shot of qualifying in high, well, qualifying for high league ranking points, right? That is what they're going to be looking to get through. But Foot Chaos with 1 point average per map. Guild, Black Esports, and Trovo 2030 not doing too much better. You said you wanted more from Twisted Minds. I think I agree with you now. Definitely. We were waiting to see what this roster has, and right now the answer is not too much. They haven't had the greatest of starts.
Yeah, I think it's just a mismatch in terms of the roster, where it's all very, very good players, but they're all fraggers. They're all frontliners, right? They're all very, very strong players. There are stars, but you need to support those stars a lot of times. You don't have the right roster built around it. So I think for Twisted Mind, it's more of a case of figuring out who does what in that team. And again, I think this is the perfect tournament to kind of figure that stuff out. And I'm sure they can, because every single one of those players on that squad, very experienced, very good, individually great. But usually what makes a team here in PUBG Mobile these days is not only individually do you have to be very good, you need to be good as the whole. And the whole of the Infinix GT20 Pro is awesome, featuring a dual chipset and 144 Hz AMOLED display. It's got 120 FPS and stunning visuals you can check out during the 2024 PMSL EMEA.
I'm stunned. Look at that. Goodness me.
Stun
Cannot
locked.
believe it. Unbelievable scenes. We're on taking a look at Trover 2030 there. Green Lion logo. I think one of my favorite logos in this tournament right now. Even though that is a lot of love for the S2G1.
Oh yeah, huge amount. It's a nice logo right there. Yeah, just waiting to get into the game basically.
The Trovo 2030 logo is so realistic, like realistic looking. Obviously, lions aren't green, so therefore it's not realistic. But like, it looks like it could be, you know.
Yep. Apologies, sorry.
All right, I'm glad you agree.
Look at that. PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2024 tickets are now on sale.
40% early bird discount. Okay, maybe I'll have to buy some for my friends and family. I mean, you know, I live, well, some would say I don't live in London. I would say I do. I live in, technically, legally, I'm in London. That's what I'd like to say. Anyway, so maybe I have to invite some of my friends and family. 6 of the teams that we see here will be going to PMGC, in fact, because there are 6 qualification spots for this region. And the top 6 from the finals will be grabbing those spots. So not only is the money up for grabs, but also the glory of representing EMEA at the world stage in London in the Excel Centre later on this year.
Indeed, it's quite a lot. It is quite a lot. So a lot on the line here for the guys in PMSL EMEA. Virtus Pro currently leading the charge at 34 points in the top here. Second place for Heroic at 27. And down to Navi with 26 in third place. So not bad at all. And the point scorings are pretty even all the way down towards 8th place, where it starts to drop off quite a bit. But with only 3 matches to play, that is to be expected. Let's see if these other teams can get themselves up more into a position. And if we have a really rip-raring and close-fought tournament like we had in spring.
Plane path guiding us over from Zaki to Mill to Power. No one breaking up to North George just yet. Maybe potential for Black Esports to shimmy out that way should they find some vehicles. And if the circle goes out that way, almost certain that we'll see at least one team make that rotation. But for now, South George, the place to be, Trovo 2030, staking their claim to it. Virtus Pro as well, with maybe something to say. But Zeus is right next door towards the hospital area and might have a little bit of a clash on the western side. Northeast shift on the circle. And that is going to make things difficult. A lot of teams have dropped out on the east side. So that route up from sort of between Farm and Milter up towards Yasnaya Poliana on that east side is going to be so hectic. That area around Shelter Mansion, that open terrain, is going to be a really difficult rotation to make.
Yeah, it's not easy to make a rotation like that up towards the northeast a lot of times. A lot of terrain that gets in the way fair few times. Guild starting out early over towards that northeast side might give them a good platform to play from. A lot of teams on the western side can make that northern rotation up through Severny, considering there is no teams currently playing up there. Team Spirit down towards the south in Farm. Got footballers playing on the edge of Shelter, as well as Heroic up towards Lipovka. So that's really where I'm looking on the map at the moment in terms of that southeast crest, really, where a lot of teams are going to have to barrel their way through. So like Nick Galaxy, IDB and RX, Power, all will have to make their way through that location. So a lot rides on Team Spirit footballists, as well as Heroic being able to hold out on those spots of the map.
IWNRX on the southwest side, going to have to get on board Great on the hoodie, like in the Orca. But where are the trousers? Come on.
Yeah, exactly. Put the trousers on. You need the whole set. All right.
This is a trouser type scenario. Frozen.
We asked for socks and underwear, but also pants. That's also good.
Come on, cover up those hams. You'll get sunburn. Erangel's quite sunny.
Zeus on your screens. I haven't seen a huge amount from this team thus far. There's still a case of things to be done in these matches. I mean, 12 points, it's not horrible. It's not like they're completely absent from these games, John. I am really liking what I'm seeing from Virtus Pro recently. They look like a revitalized team. And again, all the lads on that team have been together now for a while. And I feel like they think that they've got something good going. And you can definitely see the synergy.
Yeah, they've managed to get together. They're currently in the lead. I think this is mostly off their first game. They did have a successful second game. Well, no, sorry, they didn't have a successful second game. They had a reasonably successful third game. They had some rotation up towards that military base. They played towards the bunker foundations, so they had a decent time there. But they got 13 eliminations and a chicken dinner in that first match. So 23 of their 34 points came from that one match. 11 of them came from match number 3, and the 1 point came from that second match as well. So it has been a bit up and down. We'll see if they're able to put some in-betweens up in the meantime. Swash, though, trying to deal with some marauders. Wagner with more to handle, though. A second player. Oh, doesn't quite connect with the DBS around the edge. Hamzy G able to keep it together, and S2G stay alive. Guild now moving Jakey into position. Nade in from Hamzy. Is he going to put it in the right position? Around the edge of the corner. Jakey, he should have seen that. Blinded to it. And Hamzy G makes him pay the price.
Yeah. And the toll has been gathered. 2 elims.
What's that funny looking rock flying at me? Oh, I'm dead.
Yeah, that's called a bullet. That right there is a bullet. Yeah, I mean, for S2G, Marso, Kelsey, Hamzy G, Swash, I mean, 2 very story players and 2 players that are maybe on the up and up currently. 11 points now with the 2 elims they found on the game. Guild down to just 5 points, 2 players. It's not ideal. But yeah, waiting for this next circle to come through. Heroic over towards that eastern side of the map. Start to make their rotate onwards. But yeah, a lot of teams have been able to slip in between one another as they try and get through this circle into phase 2.
IWNRX making their route, establishing their train. Back of the queue, though. Zeus are behind them, so maybe not quite the back of the queue. You think you're at the back of the queue. There's always a backer of the queue, you know?
Yeah,
It's always the way. It's
exactly.
a classic dilemma.
It is. The biggest of dilemmas.
There will be
It's
a
a-
traffic jam moving up from Pachinki past that Potato Hill area. And again,
Yeah.
that's that sort of devilish rotation I was talking about earlier.
It's a big chunk of teams all over that area, just over towards the southwest edge. And a lot of them will probably crash into one another at some point, considering you're going to have to cross the river. Here's that replay from S2G. Some good and cool moves coming through from Hamzy G. And some more bullets raining on fruit from Fireflux, Scarface, towards that northern edge.
Fireflux have got him surrounded. But Magnum P on the inside, not coming out with his hands up. Has some rough and ready amigos in the off angle for Shifu. Power as well. Potential as a third party, this. If Fireflux spend too long playing around these walls, they are going to get shot as a third party. Shifu holds the ground floor with the UMP. Low on ammo, though. 14 does get the reload, but unfortunately, Lux unloads a shell into the back of his skull. That is bad for the health, all things considered. Not something you want to be going about. Magnum up on the top floor now. Lone Ranger. Ketch has gone down, though, so maybe a chance. And nade connects, and that is going to be a lot of damage. Power on him.
Alhaji rolling over towards Fireflux, and Fadan will finish off Ketch there, one of the star players from the team. But it's going back and forth, and although Power have taken a few knocks here, they're still trying to go strong. Fireflux looking to leave. Here's 77 on the side. Magnum does not get a lot done whatsoever. Double pan to the face and double pump to start off the elim as well.
Twists the knife in there. Magnum's going to be pretty unhappy about that. Fireflux and Power still locking horns here. Fireflux have lost one player. They do not have the numbers. Moving up to this position on the south of that lake around Yasnaya. Could be pretty pivotal. Catching Lux unawares. That's a really strong pickup actually for Power. Removing the wind from the sails of the teams nearby. Can be very, very valuable. And this is bold peeking from Fidan. I mean, he's completely exposed to his left flank, but thinks he's pretty safe for the time being.
Nice from Nyko. This Chaos just peeks up, pops out, finds the one.
All right.
77's
Okay.
out though.
Oh, they got taken down in the midst of it all. Dokuma will fall as well. Name it Galaxy looking to hold the onslaught back. Redox with the DBS on the outside wall there. Yekta makes his way into the building. The fight for this compound could be all important. It has a lot of oversight onto the hill, onto the open flats of the Yasnaya fields. But right now it is under contest. Team Spirit are poking their nose in. You can see their outpost on that western side. That hill out to the west, potentially in even stronger position for the time being.
Good shots from Yetka so far with the Tommy gun. Going pretty crazy on this as well. Player sends out towards the right side, and Yetka doesn't quite know yet. Somehow escapes the clutches of Yetka. Looks to finish off, and Berlin puts a wall between himself and Yetka, but it's not to be. It's Team Spirit crashes onto the scene.
They had this outpost for a long time now, and they have moved in. Nice and timely assault. This is what we want to see from Team Spirit. Happy for them to turn on up. Yekta has to now fight off against another 4-player team. Will he be granted another third party? Try and take us back to the 1950s with that Tommy gun. Establish its dominance there. Nade in, behind dry. Yekta eaten alive by effect.
That was a very, very nice nade, actually.
Prohibition.
Yeah, I mean, the way it just peeked through that small gap, bounced it off the ledge as well, is very, very well done. Hard shift, in fact, over towards that northwest side. So a lot of teams got to get a groove on pretty quickly. There's still opportunity to cross over towards the western side of Rozhok under fairly good cover. I think most teams looking just to get themselves in as quick as possible. And Team Spirit, after finishing that fight, they'll get some loot on board, but realistically, they've got to move instantly.
Power and Zeus clashing for Dan. Down first, and Darkin doing well. Looking for a second knock as well. Power now on 2 players, just Easy and Satan as well on the ground floor. Darkin upstairs, Eren as well, makes his way through the door, but gets knocked. Falling just as he makes his way on in. There's a third party from IWNRX on the northwestern side. Easy nowhere close by. And Satan now left alone. But he should be able to get at least Al-Haji up. I think Fedan's on the outside. Crawls into it as well. Which means that he can now get completely and entirely res. But Easy gets spotted on the outside. Zeus are still moving on in. Team Spirit have made their way across. And they are third party crunching this as well. This is a really tough tower to leave now.
It's a tough tower for everyone to leave. Nice nade up towards that top side from Satan. Surprised no one punished him for it. Darkin, as well as Eren, survive, but for how long, realistically, as Satan looks to send another nade up top. Darkin cooking one of his own. Eren hoping to give him the information that he needs. And in comes Satan.
Oh, drags them back down as well. Zeus eliminated. This Team Spirit, they've rocked up onto this position, onto the crossing compound there, just to the west of Yasnaya. Lovely nade through 2 windows, finds effect. That's really almost impossible to dodge. That sort of a nade, you just never are going to be able to see it coming. Effect upstairs, though, will be a little bit safe for the time being. Kitsune around the edge, but look at Toshbek move with the auto shotty. Able to find a second knock. Nomi doesn't even want to go in at this stage. They're just the last player remaining. He wants to fight. All right, he's stepping on up. He wants the challenge. Laying down the gauntlet. 2 players on the inside to handle. Nades pouring out these windows, and it's just an off angle that takes him down. Full bark and no bite on that roll up from Team Spirit.
Yeah, again, for Team Spirit, it's a weird one where the decision making is there. However, mechanically, the prowess just doesn't seem to be up there with the other teams. Some of the teams coming out to bat. Again, you can always have a bad day. I think the Team Spirit, we've all seen this in the past, and we'll keep this in mind, is the fact that Team Spirit is typically one of those teams that, you know, they'll have a slow start, they'll have a slow roll, and then suddenly they'll be in first place. And you'll be like, how did that happen? But it has happened. So you can't really count them out at any point. It's difficult to do so.
We need to wait for Kitsune to download the strats in the entire lobby. And once that happens, it's very difficult to stop this man. Brain the size of Enigma Galaxy.
Galactic brain in That's play. Right. But yeah, already getting close to the end of the match, honestly. Circle sends over towards that western side, and we've had a huge amount of teams actually hit the deck already, just down to 9 now in stage 4. Like, sort of a crazy start to the match in terms of the amount of teams and players that went down early, and I think that's because most teams opted for a southern rotation on the south side of the map. Doesn't really work out too well for everyone. They all get bunched up towards those river crossings.
Lord cowering now behind the vehicle. Backup sent in. Clambers in through the window. But Lord, I think that's the flush coming through. So maybe a little bit overzealous for the regroup onto the position, but Bishke spotted. Slow and carefully just crawls back into his little nook. Oh, the blue zone. I think that's going to get him. Oh, should just be... No, he didn't get it. Goodness me. I thought he was going to be able to get that heal off before the second tick, but Bishke gets knocked out in the zone. Virtus Pro starting to fall. 1 elimination, 9 teams alive. This is a low-scoring game for them. Fireflux, though, they're out early. It's Power who are looking to put the pace down now and ladder up a lot on these tables in our match number 4 for day 1. The shift coming on through, making things difficult for the teams at the top.
S2G. Hamzy looking out here. Currently 4 elims right now. Hell of a player is Hamzy, and how always has been. Virtus Pro down to just Malloy, who makes his way through to the center of the circle. This is going to be another fairly quiet game for a while. That is, unless Ragnarok can send through an unbelievable hail of nades with Coops taking advantage there as well. Getting a great spray down.
S2G trying to find something, but they get into the shack at the cost of 2 knocks. Their teammate a little bit wayward, not quite close enough to go in. That nade, ooh, I thought that might have just snuck in through a window, which would be quite crazy. But a teammate is there now for Trovo 2030. Oh dear. A nice nade on the rock up, unfortunately, onto the wrong team. That was not good. And wait, he died. He got flushed instantly by Guild. That's crazy. You can't be doing that.
Damn, unfortunate then. IDVNRX still up with 4 players though, John. That's the big one. Trovo finally find themselves a few more elims to 7 now. It's just pushed them a little bit further up the rankings themselves, 12th place. Yes, IDVNRX, who I'm certainly looking at, but very quiet game towards the end. A huge amount of fighting that occurred early, which has stripped this final playing ground pretty bare in terms of players. And with Southern Shift, ooh, looking like another cheeky IWNRX game, maybe.
Could be. It's a difficult area of the map for everyone involved. I mean, the buildings that currently looking to get held quite a lot. This is a replay on that nade. Goodness me. I mean, whew, it does get the flush onto an enemy, but
was it worth it?
it's really not. Like, Trovo 2030, at this point, with 4 players, would have a pretty decent chance of moving down that hillside that they've got a foothold in now forwards. They could start to move along that ridgeline, but instead now they're down a player. They can't hold as many sightlines, and that makes it so much more dangerous. Scarface, oh, I thought that nade connected, but no. Twisted Minds, they should be drawing to a close here. Robs is further on south, so is in the circle already, but this backstop 2 definitely not making their way in.
That was a good nade. Yeah, it was. Did a lot of damage, but no jam on that one. Malloy spots Scarface. Instantly strikes as well. Shotgun out the side with the DBS. Crashes the rock. Easy pickings over towards Twisted Minds. Over towards Coops and Robs. That's another pick-off for Malloy. What's going on here?
Me. Yeah, Malloy is just laying down the law. He's managed to get a knock onto Lewis. Unlikely to get back out. You don't want to risk an open res as the last player alive. It is a really important compound that Toshbek currently holds in the middle. It's that walled position. That is very, very powerful. It is only a solo player inside there right now, though. So Power could potentially divert. Look for the crash there.
Yeah, it's very unlikely that Lewis gets back up. I'm so surprised that Malloy has just been finding pickoffs here, there, and everywhere. By the time they see him, they're already dead. Pretty awesome gameplay.
I mean, I said, oh, Virtus Pro, they've only got 1 elim and there's 9 teams alive. There's only 1 player left. They're not going to do too well this match. Maybe I'll have to hold my horses on that, right? I said Power maybe looking to jump up the tables. They've done quite well.
Vehicle horse.
Already, yes, but the animal vehicle horse that is Malloy currently carrying the rest of the Virtus Pro squad on this game.
A lot of posturing going on right now from the squads in these final circles. A whole lot of posturing, in fact. IWNRX down towards that southwest side, looking just to finish out this game strong. And shoot up the standings to a little bit more. You got Zero, Malloy, Tospic, all part of the Solos gang on the eastern side. And we have 4 players, gang. Or 3 on the west. Provo 2030, Power, and IWNRX.
Careful moving up to this compound. Your teammate might nade you. You never can be too sure. Zero. Doing work for Guild, actually taking the flush away as well. The vehicle goes up. That's unfortunate. That was quite far away, that explosion, I think. Unless it was the buggy just to his left. But that looked...
Yeah, it was in view of him, right? That's the only thing that I can see. But just dropping down to 2 players, so realistically the biggest threat for IWNRX right now is just Power. He's just slightly off towards their east. Do they know an idea where Toshbek is? Inside a gas station. Yusuf and Marcelo looking to move down, and this will be Malloy's last stand. Realistically, on that northern side, as IWNRX opt to move west.
Power. They kind of have the inside track to get to the compound that Toshbek holds, but IWNRX have actually pushed themselves into maybe a better place, but in comes the crash. Now they're looking to move on up. They know there's not too much activity here. They've seen a lot of vehicles. They're ready and waiting. They've seen 1 player on the inside there. They caught the shoulder. Toshbek laying down the lead, but can't quite connect. Unfortunately for him, will fall and not able to find a point in return. 6 eliminations for Satan. Now they're up to 8, and this is a really powerful spot for Power.
Yeah, very, very nice spot. And IWNRX, because they didn't take the initiative there, will have to sit on the outside. But Malloy, up into the top 4. Trovo 2030 goes down. He's actually got himself a fairly decent result and towards 3rd place. Very unlikely he'll hit a 2nd. Yeah, be very pleased with at least a 3rd. In comes the crash, though.
if this goes pear-shaped for either of these two teams, Malloy definitely could ladder up to second. Nade over the top comes through from Power, answering. Comes through from Zed Wolf. The nade drops a little bit short of Fidan. Not quite connecting on any more, but Frozen's down for now. 3 players now on either side up in an action. Frozen can get rezzed. Crash on the off angle comes through, but a push out from Al-Haji. He has brilliantly timed that. A Kine out in the smoke. They know he's there. A beautiful spray, and Al-Haji is a warden of this gas station. No one's getting past him. He's up in the gas prices. And what a beautiful hold from Power.
Yeah, what a weird push, though, from IDVNRX. He's rocked up to the front. Little to no cover to play around with. I think you have to play outside of the purview of IDVNRX. There's some rocks you can play over towards this northwest side. And I think that Trovo 2030 is probably the team that I would crash onto.
I mean, maybe it's
It's left themselves so exposed, though.
I mean, it might be the devil you know. Maybe they didn't have enough information, or felt like they didn't have enough information up to the north side.
Yeah, but still crashing like that is bad. Not good.
Yeah, it felt like they were trying to do 2 types of crash all at once. Like a full send frontal crash where you just rely on gun skill, and also like an off-angle slow plodding approach. And it's like those 2 styles just can't mesh. They're antithetical. Doesn't work.
And you're also pushing into a space that has loads of cover, and you have no cover, and are very nadeable. So yeah, odd. Very odd. Malloy now, currently 1v2 v3. You're right, John. Potential for a second place. For Malloy, which would be a hell of a result.
The circle's gone down. I think he's been spotted over the top. Certainly the vehicle has. Fidan going to be punishing this. The only team in the circle right now is Power, and the fact that Fidan can be sat on top of this vehicle as he is, I mean, there's just sort of no way that either of these 2 teams get in. The question is who goes down first. And Trovo have to move earlier.
Yeah. There's still a lot of pressure on Malloy. He has to win this fight versus Trovo. But this is certainly, or certainly should be at least, a Power game. I think that this is a full push-out from Satan. And one that's completely not necessary.
It's kind of wild. But you're right. It's a choice. I mean, he's drawing gunfire, right? He's drawing positions out. There is a smoke to protect it, which means they can't really punish this position. But now you have to move. And they wasted a lot of time being distracted by Satan. So maybe that was the play all along. In they go towards Malloy. Does he need to step up, or is Fidan going to just handle business for him? Spraying over the top, goes wide, and Malloy does go down. But both of the players almost immediately answer the wards. Power have been pretty brutal this match, and I'm not surprised to see them in the driver's seat going into this final zone. There's the Molotov, burning them away, and Power with a deserving chicken dinner.
Yeah, I think that was a self-molly, looking to deny points at the end. I mean, they still picked up one of the eliminations there because they'd already been knocked beforehand, but yeah, you know, deny some points. Not the biggest deal in the world, but maybe that 1 point is the difference maker between you getting into 16th place or not. But yeah, a good game from Power. Very good game from Power.
I liked the crash. I liked the hold. They played around the outside of that wizard tower very nicely. They pushed that third party in. So yeah, I'm very happy with Al-Haji and the rest of the boys. Even Satan, I know you said he was a little bit of a thorn in your side of what you felt was a pretty perfect composition. But that time around, he did show up. Certainly on the numbers for the roster. I think he was the elimination leader for Power. Did incredibly well. And again, a lot of teams finding a lot of points from eliminations this match. I think it's safe to say that it's a very scrappy lobby at this point. There's very much a fight around every single corner, should you want to take it.
Yeah, I think honestly, whilst we were figuring out the rotations, there's a lot of mixed teams, let's say, remixed teams in this lobby where some of the rotations may be a bit different. Maybe they're skew-if because they're coming from several different teams at the same time. So people are still figuring it out. They're figuring it out, and they're reaching fights earlier in the game that don't conclude quickly. What we will conclude, though, is this little segment whilst we head to a break. We'll see you very shortly. See you soon.
88% of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
Back at it again with the PMSL EMEA. We are once more into the breach with Miramar coming up next. We've had our dose of Erangel. We've had 3 of them. I know, it's gone by like that. Very, very quick. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank and Blank's Fringe. One of them is misbehaving. I'll let you decide which. Yeah. We're going to be getting into match number 5 pretty shortly.
Yeah, Hair's just not doing what I wanted to do today, which is unfortunate, but it's fine. It's fine. Satan there with the trio of highest damage, most eliminations, and grenade eliminations in that game. Did very nicely. Longest elimination was 234 meters. It's very short, this kind of game. Interesting.
CQB. That's what you want to see from, well, Rob's not wanting to get CQB, which is interesting, given he was one of the region's progenitors of the DBS.
Yeah. I mean, even when he gets the longest elimination, it's still pretty short.
It's probably with the DBS as well.
Probably with the DPS, 234 meters, kind of crazy. But yeah, so Power Esports come out on top that game, 13 eliminations, 23 points total. So a nice chunky game for them. And Virtus Pro with Malloy making it to 3rd place. Will pick up 5 placement points and 3 elimination points, sitting them at 8, which I think takes their tally to 40 at the end of that, which is very nice, honestly, in terms of a nice start for them in this tournament. We'll be heading into our next 2 maps after this. Will be Erangel into another Erangel.
To be a top spot contender, you are in general looking to hit that 10-point average. If you're around that 10-point average, it's a very good chance that you're towards the 1st place in, well, pretty much any tournament with this point structure that you'll see. So it's great news if Virtus Pro are already able to exceed that metric, or at least meet it. I think if they're up to 40 exactly, obviously is a 10-point average. Team Spirit, foot off the gas, unfortunate. IWNRX, same story. It just felt like they had some sparks of life, but in the end, it just wasn't there to convert, and they'll need a little bit more. We're waiting for them to really come alive in these next few days, but I don't think we're going to see that today.
Yeah, most likely not. I think that there is potential for more to come through from Team Spirit, but we usually wait for it, right? We wait for it. It'll come along eventually, as is always with Team Spirit. But for now, we're going to look at some of the other teams that are doing quite well, which includes IWNRX as well as Virtus Pro. Power as well as a team that I think a lot of people sleep on a lot, but I think is genuinely a very, very strong team that people need to pay attention to a little bit more. And I'm glad Satan had a good game that last time around. For me, I still do think that He's the weak link. However, if he can keep playing like this, I don't think I will see him that way anymore.
It is something about getting off the blocks. That is really something that needs to happen. So today, maybe a bit of a bust, but we'll see. We'll see what is on the cards. But I'm liking Heroic on the flip side, right? So far they're being very aggressive. I think it's safe to say they're getting involved, getting their hands dirty. The question is, are they getting the value experientially? Experientially, I think I'll go with that. In those engagements, right? Are they getting the same sort of value that teams like Team Spirit will be getting? Almost certain, well, definitely, hopefully, getting from those situations, right? Are they going to be able to learn the lessons and incorporate that into their future strategy? Because being aggressive is a counterable strategy, right? You can teams will, in fact, start to play around that. So if Heroic get red, all of a sudden those opportunities are going to close up. And what do you do then? That is where the true test of Heroic, I think, will come in. So day one, it's looking pretty good for them. I want to see more, though. I want to see more depth to their gameplay.
Yeah, I think for Heroic, you're right. They're a very aggressive team. And again, it usually is this case with upstart teams like themselves where they'll have these strong games. Teams will underestimate them a little bit and they would just shoot you out of the water, which is absolutely fair and fine. But you're right. Being too aggressive can lead to problems in the future. I don't think we've seen horrible rotations coming through from Heroic, though. And a lot of them have been quite heads up, even switching things up on the fly, which is not easy to do. Especially as a team who, is trying to work with one another for potentially the first time and have just been scrimming it out and trying to get better at the game as things go along. So overall, I'm pretty impressed so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's, in my mind, it feels quite comparable to maybe a Brute Force at the start of, I think Brute Force maybe did a little bit more impressive maneuvers in their early days in the spring season, but I feel like it's definitely at least a comparable style to what we saw from Brute Force, and they did in fact end up winning out, right? Like they did very, very well back in the spring season. So maybe that could be in Heroic's future as well, but only time will tell. Will the MEA region have another bombastic representative? I like that word today. It's gone well for me.
Bombastic. Yeah, I mean, we've not seen Brute Force play yet, which I'm excited for. You can see there on our screens, Team Spirit, they don't look too happy with what's occurred at the moment, which is fair enough. I think they have shown some pretty good pop-off moments, but it's just not translated well in a lot of their matches thus far. Same thing could be said for Enigma Galaxy and Twisted Minds. Both teams need to pick it up just a little bit.
Yeah, I think Twisted Minds is a team, well, certainly that you highlighted before as potentially having a little bit of a playstyle.
It's an identity crisis, honestly.
Yeah, identity crisis. Like you said before, it's a lot of front line, not a lot of back line, not a lot of foundation. You build your tower too tall, all of a sudden it topples and you're left with a pile of rubble instead of a castle. It's not great. It's not great.
It is so funny that they all use these as the mics.
That is the most Gen Alpha thing I've ever seen in my life.
I mean, a lot of them do that though. A lot of them use their headphones like that as the mics, even though they've got the professional mics on board. So unsure about that one.
Yeah.
And the old duct tape on the fingers, which seems to be more and more of a technique that's been coming through as of recent.
I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? Because you've got your hand held in the same position and you're using a lot of muscle power to keep that grip, right? So if you can have some assistance there to essentially become like a bionic stand of your own making, that's potentially advantageous. Seems like some players' favorite.
Yeah.
Probably terrible for your skin though.
Yeah, I'd imagine having duct tape 24/7. Not good. Not great. However, if it works for you and it's going to get you money and get you glory in these games,
buy new skin, right?
Yeah, you can just do that. Absolutely. You could talk to a dermatologist.
Kiss that skin. Go on.
Ooh, say that. But yeah, heading into our 5th match of the day here over on Miramar. We'll have 2 of these before we finish and cap off the day. And so this is our penultimate map.
2 desert doses for you at the end of the day.
A clean 10s across the board for elimination leaders right now. No one streaking out ahead super early, but these players certainly giving them, what, 10 elims for Bishke, for Al-Haji, for Satan as well in the first 4 matches they've seen. Decent averages. Damage as well. A pretty even split between Default, Nomi as well on those 17.5k. A pretty big drop-off, about 300 damage down to the 3rd place player. And it's looking pretty good. Default leading head and shoulders with the knockouts, though.
So our team's already out of the plane so far, with Footballers Chaos heading over towards that eastern side, and Virtus Pro actually taking up Puerto Paraiso, which is a very strong spot on the map. Gives you a lot of rotational paths up towards that northeast side on the road past Impala, and also means you can wrap down towards the south. It does get a little bit tricky past Chumacera, but you can always head towards Patona, past Minas del Sur, and up towards that western side of the map as well. So a lot of options for Virtus Pro, and getting a hold of Impala and a Puerto Paraiso split with no one actually heading towards Impala is insane for this group. Did not expect that. For the 2 games they'll have here, they'll be able to really leverage this type of positioning.
Down south they go. Watch out for early clashes, potentially vying for position, but it seems like it's fairly safe. Heroic, they grabbed a monster truck. They're on their way. Making their rotation through Monte Nuevo out on the western side. A bit of a lack of teams, a bit of a vacuum down that edge, so potential for them to stop off and loot highly effectively here in Monte Nuevo.
Indeed. For Heroic, though, I'm expecting a little bit more of them, honestly. I think they've played extremely well so far. I've really enjoyed what I've been seeing from them. Some good standout moments from that team as well in terms of individuality. Fireflux had their 1 game of the day, and that still sat them in 3rd place, but you can see the jump up between 2nd and 1st right now, with Power at 44 points and Virtus Pro at 42, and that drops down to a very even board from 3rd place down towards 7th, being split by effectively just 3 points, 26 to 29. So we're very close currently in terms of the standings. And the ones that surprised me there on the board, definitely Na'Vi and Heroic. 77, I sort of expected them to do fairly well. And I mean, they've had some decent showings in terms of performance, but nothing that has stuck in memory just yet.
Still yet to lay the seeds of a brand in Blank's brain. We'll get there. We'll get there soon enough. Pop some fertilizer on it. Be there lickety split. Default. Knockout leader currently. 11 knockdowns already added to the tally for him. Good going. Up on the northern side. Guild, they've been slow out of the gates. It has not been a great start for this roster. We'll see if they can pick up their feet as well. Or if Miramar may be a specialty for them. Twisted Minds lumbering over the rolling hills here on Miramar. Slowly goes the bus and the monster truck at the back. Up towards Power Grids, just to the southwest of San Martin. Not too close, but S2G ahead of them on this rotate. You can see those nameplates starting to fade into existence as they come into range and actually clashing potentially with Swash at the back. But Twisted Minds... did they tumble? Not sure. Swash, though, out. Gorin on 2 wheels on the party bus. Having a bad time with it, but does manage to get to cover. Coops with the challenge over to Swash. His teammate is eating the lead from the back line. And it will be a nice little trade, a damage for a life. And he'll take that any day of the week. Twisted Mind's happy to get away with it. But how much longer will that go on? Because Hamzy is continuing suppressive fire.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, it's just to get up close and personal, but a massive, heavy hit over towards Twisted Minds. They just make their way up towards this ridge side. Good nade from Hamzy G, who's playing this one very quickly, but slightly short. Would have been awesome if they'd pushed just slightly further. That would have been an absolute killer bombardment.
Yeah, just on the ridge a little bit closer. unfortunately. Spray down for Hamsley. The heal came through. They retreat up the hill. They've already managed to confirm the elimination, but Doran goes down. A challenge on the off angle from Kelsey. He might have good chances on 2 as well. Another knock goes through. Low HP. You can't turn around. And Kelsey might have just done a 1, 2, 3, 4. A third goes down to the barrel of Kelsey, and Coops now with the last stand against it. Nade over the top. Kelsey with the challenge, and Coops falls as well. Kelsey takes them all down, and Twisted Minds left with all frontline and no hope. All out of the mix, and S2G to take them out.
I mean, that was very serious coming through from Kelsey. The spray downs were unbelievable, and it's just the pass bys that came through from Twisted Minds was sort of confusing. The way they played that one out was like they made the one mistake and then decided to make it 3 more times. Very, very interesting. All left down to Coops, who started off that fight extremely well, but Twisted Minds, not really the best thought process, I would say.
Quite questionable of a rotate. Good on Kelsey for winning out that challenge, especially against Coops as well. One of the strongest toe-to-toe players I think we've got in this lobby. It's fair to say. Based on his record anyway. Not off the performance he's had today, unfortunately. Black Esports moving up to try and take down Swain, who's been pretty effective in that hold, but just too many players around him. And eventually will have to go down. This is in the midst of a 4v4 scrap between Black Esports and Fireflux, who are moving on in on this east side.
Yeah, Fireflux going to get some more damage done in this lobby. 29 points, falling behind. The top 2 are just a little bit. With an opening for other teams to catch them up. Good shots though over towards Toshpik. This football is chaos here, trying to share the eliminations between the 2 of them. Guild just about making it into the circle alongside with Na'Vi, coming at 2 separate angles of northeast and northwest currently. A lot of teams confirming up towards that central region between Picado and Los Leones.
It's a replay. Kelsey 1 onto Doran. You can see a lot of damage done by his teammates, which allowed this to transpire. Finds the next player rolling up. Coops couldn't stop and hop out, go for the challenge directly because he was so low. So a lot of that was due to the fact that damage was laid on in early into the engagement. It allowed Kelsey to do what he did there. Excellent backup from the rest of the team, but brilliant from Kelsey to convert.
Yeah, I mean, from Kelsey to be able to do that in such short order, there was an opportunity there for Coops to actually step up and take the shots, but I think he thought he was looking at him. In fact, he was taking a spray over towards the smoke side, and in that moment, he realizes actually he's not there at all. Makes that 180 flick, which was very impressive from Kelsey. Northeast shift, hard shift, in fact, up towards La Bandita. Difficult crater position to play in. I'll sort of cut things off from the heavy eastern side of the map towards the west, which is more open zone than anything. So not a lot of teams can congregate in this area. Heroic, Nigma Galaxy, and Team Spirit sort of locked out here. They're going to struggle to get into the circle. Might have to make some wide wraps to even attempt to get in.
Trover 2030. Moving on this side of the crater. They've got themselves a bit of a ditch, but Marcelo currently... I'm not sure if he's trying to leave. I think he's just repositioning the vehicle. At least I hope he is, because otherwise that would have been messy. Heroic, they have a long road ahead of them. They're just leaving, going through Chumacero. It looks like they might want to sweep down to the south and rotate, maybe even to the south of Los Leones with the direction that they're going. It's a very, very wide wrap, but it might pay off if they can approach from the east side of the La Bendita crater. It will have very little info, though, to be going off of.
Yeah, and I mean, realistically, in these sorts of situations, you just have to sometimes send it. I hope to God you can make your way in. And I mean, you do have a good idea that Graveyard Picado line, that valley, a lot of people don't want to play there. It's so open. So that is an available route to take on in. You aren't going to have the greatest of position going to the circle, but at least you'll have somewhere to play. As opposed to trying to barrel it through the mass of teams that are all sat between that southwest side and La Bandita itself. Where there's a couple more compounds to be playing in.
Foot Chaos holding down their buildings. They are fairly central right now, so unlikely that they leave for a while. Just keeping their eyes out. Keeping their surroundings clear, or hoping to anyway. You've got Guild and Na'Vi potentially clashing on this northern side. You can see Na'Vi gearing for a fight, angling for it, but Guild giving ground, allowing them to come on in. You can see danger across the way on the other end of that cable car. They're just establishing their angles. They're picking their fight, and this is Na'Vi establishing their situation. They're probably fairly confident that nobody's going to be up to their north side, and so they can sort of go for these really long-range angles, maybe look for a pick, and then descend when the time is right.
Yeah, so many teams still figuring out where to get in. I mean, like I said before, Enigma, Galaxy, Heroic all going to be shunted out. Team Spirit's opted to just play on this southwest edge, and it's not worked out for them because at least now Heroic can make a quick swing over towards Minas Generales on that open field, get through it quickly, potentially play on one of the buildings that sit on the northeast side of the circle. But Team Spirit, again, you have to cross for a lot of teams here. So they played more of the safe gambit, but that gambit's not paid off.
Heroic, yeah, they have gone all the way through Los Leones. They're looking to move up this east side. S2G and Power with a fight of their own. Power winning that one out. S2G lose their outpost again. It looks like the res can come through fairly safely. They are in the circle as well. 77 potentially looking to third party this on the southeast side as Kakali with the challenge finds easy with a cheeky 1-2-3 punch from the UMP. And actually gets flushed away. Shifu picks up that elimination, steals it away. So into 77's pocket that point goes. Black Esports denied their just desserts. Nade over the top, doesn't connect on Kakali. Fidan is suppressed. 77 being a massive factor into this fight. He is down. Al-Haji now with the DBS at range. Looks for the spray and Al-Haji nails the shot. Of course he did. But now he's got danger at his back to worry about. His teammates holding him off. Drops down below the ridgeline, but he's already out. And Shifu has more to deal with than maybe it's possible for Power to put up a fight against. Shifu layers on in the nades, and that is going to be 77 sweeping Power aside. Looking to charge on up the table. Zeus now next in their sights.
Yeah, sort of an odd play from Al-Haji at the end there to try and rotate over towards the ridges that sat towards his left side. I mean, that's where 77 will get the vast majority of shots actually pumped on through from. So you kind of just ride straight into the maw of the beast. That will be Power going down. So our first place spot out of the match at 2 elims. Opens up the gateway for Virtus Pro, despite losing one player. Still maybe more to be done in this match, considering they were able to get third place last time with just the one player alive, Malloy.
Team Spirit peeking the ridgeline, but Effect is backed off that one fairly effectively by Zeus. The Mini 14 volleys just so difficult to challenge at that range. They need to get a little bit closer, try and get to within striking distance. Kitsune looking for that route to navigate around this one. They might look to rotate up towards Graveyard, approach from a different angle. Kitsune leading the charge on that, downhill onto the road. Smooth terrain, smooth driving. Zone 3, so it's going to tick quite heavily. They've got a little bit of a way to go. Can't spend too long on this rotate for Team Spirit. But they're used to it. They know how this one goes. Guild, they were allowed to keep their compound. Na'Vi moved out to the east side, and probably a good decision to do that as well, because that gives them the approach onto this north edge. Heroic complete their rotation all the way out to the east. But, no, but. I thought they were down to 3, but no, they still have all 4 of their players alive.
Yeah, it's the exact compound that I assumed they'd go to. And now you can like actually move further in over towards the longhouses that are on just the west of them. It is a bit of a mad dash across, but luckily, because there were not a lot of teams over towards this northeast side in the first place, I don't think they'll get shot out by too many teams other than really Na'Vi. And it's quite at the distance. And because it's quite flat, you can make that rotate fairly quickly. Zadira finds another in Narvalo from Enigma Galaxy. This is quite a long run out from Zadira as well. I mean, he's playing far on the edge of his team towards the east side, but if you can cut down some of the players from Enigma Galaxy, fair enough. It's going to make his life a lot easier.
Every point's a point. John Allen, 2024.
You are correct.
Quote me on that. Heroic looking to find some of those points here against Virtus Pro, current tournament leaders. 3 players alive, though, so they are down a little bit. The off angle is there for Virtus Pro, so moving out on the right-hand side as we look at it of that compound for Heroic might be difficult, and it is the one, the only, inimitable Malloy. We saw what he could do on his own. Now he's got backup of 2. Heroic actually divert from this fight. They're looking for an off angle of their own. They know that this cover towards the crater is going to be valuable. Bishkate moving forwards. Nade in through 2 windows. Tries to pop out the other edge and back over the hill. Heroic, I mean, they're choosing their fight well here. I mean, it looks really quite controlled. Kevin wants to put the nade in, but falls down and will be sprayed down by Bishkay. Is there an answering volley? Nearly takes Bishkay down. Malloy falls. Jafar wins out that trade. Virtus Pro now losing another player down to 2. Can they get Volt back to his feet? But in comes the north side Na'Vi. They flow over the top. Volt is down. He's toast right now. Virtus Pro maybe looking to hold off that ridgeline against Na'Vi because they haven't fully committed down south just yet.
There's an electrifying rotate over towards Volt from Na'Vi. Nade goes to the top. It does a massive amount of damage. Takes down Kevin. Will knock him, and Jafar maybe next on the block for another nade. Has to hit the first aid here. Which leaves him dry and high. In the meantime, Heroic just makes a desperate dash towards Virtus Pro, which is shut down by Bishkay.
That looked so clean, so controlled until Na'Vi rocked up into the fight, and now they take up the mantle of that. Already a slowed and bedraggled Virtus Pro now to their south. Nick McGalaxy as well on that southwest side. They're playing a little bit diminished as well, playing on as 3. Means that Virtus Pro have a really tough time of it, but maybe not quite as tough as Heroic. I liked the principles of their fight, but they didn't have that northern side clear. They didn't have that safety to go for it, so... the principles of the engagement, sure. Maybe not the timing of the fight, though.
Yeah, again, I think for Heroic, it wasn't bad for them. I'm surprised Na'Vi made such a long rotate down this way. Again, I think you sort of need to have a backstop up towards Labandita, which is what Heroic tried to go for if it wasn't for the fact that Icy takes that shot over towards Volt, but then Volt sticks the spray. And I think at that moment, that's where they lose the fight. Because realistically, Volt shouldn't be thinking about taking that spray with Virtus Pro. Should be thinking about getting over towards Labandita Fields and getting set up for a backstab that might come through there. Because they had Virtus Pro technically dead to rights in terms of their run out. They just need to make sure they watch their backside. And Na'Vi completely takes advantage of it, which is fair enough.
Shifu knows there's a snake. High with the nade. Doesn't connect. Gonna have to fall it back. Icy's still going against Na'Vi and actually finding a knock. Pretty valuable. With the zone closing on as well fairly soon. That res over on the east side, that is, remember the engagement that we were on with before. It's going to slow things down a little bit. Na'Vi actually maybe losing a little bit of control towards the side of the crater. Default with the high ground position. If he goes down, this really changes the dynamic. And Bishkay and Icy, very capable of taking this over. But stay safe. The healing has come through, and Na'Vi are now back to full force. 3 angles to hold. And yeah, this is the right decision for Virtus Pro. There's no way you get through there. You might just have to tip over the top of the crater and drop down into one of the most dangerous positions. It's a lock-in for Virtus Pro.
Virtus Pro here, Icy. Managing to make it through. It's impressive, actually. It's very, very impressive. Team Spirit slowly have been trying to make their wrap over towards that northwest side. Matic and Effect both knocked on their approach. And there's IWNRX, just Zedwolf finding one from S2G. He's a little bit too close to the building for their comfort.
Yeah, you walked into the same room and hit the deck and they had no idea he was in there. And that's a really, I mean, strong pickup, right? But not going to be a great result for IWNRX either way, although I said that about Virtus Pro just a map ago. Look how that turned out. In the meantime, Team Spirit have been just torn apart. Again, it's not gone well for them at all. Guild sharing that with Zeus, it's lackluster. We need better. Zedwolf, previous MVP from the tournament, IWNRX, with a strong representative there. Kelsey, last player alive. Did wonders against the roll-up. Can he do it again?
Yeah, for Zedwolf, Decent start for him. Keep pushing the points further. And I mean, for IWNRX, 27 points. They don't want to really fall behind some of these squads towards the top. With 77, in fact, finding 5 points this game, breaking equal with Fireflux at the start of this one.
Foot Chaos, I mean, I think they've been here for quite a while now. It's gone well for them. They still got control of the circle. The inside edge of the crater would be a great position to hold, but unfortunately there's players inside the crater. Which means it's very, very difficult. As well as not being able to control the north and south sides means that playing on that inside is very, very open and dangerous. Needs a lot of teams to go down before that's really viable. Na'Vi want to control that north edge of the crater, and they can move their way around with this next circle popping in. Closes a little bit further out to the west. Gives the players in the crater, to be fair, a little bit of a fighting chance, I would say, but it's still very much an outside one.
Yeah. We're going to break into stage 6 now, though, as the circle starts to close. I shall push 77 further in. You can see him on your screen at the moment, looking to harass down towards Zeus. But Zeus do not have to leave that building. Right now it's looking like potentially another Fireflux win. A strong compound that they're holding over towards that western side.
.77. Looking to try and find an opening here. Zeus not willing to give it to them, but will they have a choice is the question. Zedwolf still lying in wait. Limbo boom, not just boom.
Boom.
As much as that might be more fun to say. Up the top of the hill there. Playing on for 77. Guild, they are a little bit curtailed there. They've lost Zero, they've lost Jakey. So they're playing as 2. And I have to move them from the north side. Not in this next circle. And with Na'Vi's position, I don't think they're going to be able to make this maneuver. Look at the open ground that they have to cover. That hillside is a death trap for them.
Yeah, I think for Na'Vi, they kind of just have to play it cool for the time being. Take some pot shots here and there, but you don't want to waste and expend a lot of your first aid kits at this stage. Sort of understandable over towards Guild. You want to hold them in before they make this move so you can get a good couple of tap sprays off. There's a smart rotate around to the side, but with the truck burning this horribly, like that thing's going to get blown up. Nice shots from Docker Machine. Will take down one out of the vehicle. And I think for Guild, that might just be over for them with Zeus picking up Dexo too.
Yeah, that's down and out for Guild. Will be eliminated. 2 points on the match. 9 teams now remain. Na'Vi on the northern side of this crater, I think, have probably got the best chance of winning this here. For my money, that's where I would put my prediction. At this stage, I think it's going to be very difficult for all these teams clustered on the south side to fight through and not come out of it looking battered and bruised and into the waiting arms of an RV.
Yeah, I think the only caveat to that is that there's so many compounds down towards the south side for particularly Trovo 2030 and Fireflux to be playing in, that they don't really have to make too many extra moves. Cool nades coming out over towards Zeus. 77 realizing they need to move at some point. The preemptive nades to potentially catch them as they open the doors to come outside. A surprise likely not to work again against Zeus though. Down underneath.
They're waiting. They're biding their time. Shifu. Controlling this plateau, I mean, it's been very valuable for them so far, but they have to descend now. The zone closes 30 seconds from now. And the crunch is on. 2 teams looking to move in parallel. Foot Chaos have to make a dash across the open. You can see they're establishing their smoke to allow them to gather speed, to get out of this compound faster before they start taking sprays. They've got the vehicles stocked up. Lemon, first watcher on the west flank for Na'Vi. Not going to have his metal tested just yet, but out they go. into the open ground, trying to use every little sliver of terrain they can. The storm is being lit up right now. Yekta, the first to fall of this rotation. But Chaos do lose one, lose a second as well. The third goes out of the window. Only one has made it up and into the fight with Na'Vi, and there was just no way they were making that unscathed. One player remains. What can Dokuma do? Lemon goes past the nade, the P90 in hand, and it is curtains for Foot Chaos.
Yeah, I mean, Dokuma Machine got past, but don't really sit match to match with the P90. Rita, last left alive. Shifu looking to snap in him half. It's Maniac up to the front though. Big damage.
Ooh, and another chance, but not quite able to convert. 4 players alive, but 3 knocked. 2 now knocked and will get flushed away fairly soon. Both of those teams on the south edge getting eliminated, trimmed down to size, and Na'Vi can start to establish their line. Shifu is there. He wants this res. If he can get them up to 3, they've got a chance, but they have to move, and they have to move now.
Yeah, getting down this hillside as well. I mean, so many players going to be looking this way very shortly. It is super tough to deal with. Fireflux have themselves a strong spot in the circle off towards that western side inside those buildings, but Scarface steps out for a little bit too long. Actually gets picked up here by Lemon. Na'Vi up to 10 eliminations, John. A huge game for them.
Yusuf for Trovo 2030. Suppressed by Na'Vi, who are really starting to close the jaws on this lobby. Default has the nade. This could be big. If it goes on to 2, he gets 2 points right there and then. Exactly how it unfolds. And Default now up to meet the rest of his team on the elimination counts. They're up to 12. It's really evenly distributed. Yusuf, I think they know he's still there. Enigma Galaxy scrabbling around on the inside of the basin here. Another nade in between the walls, and Enigma Galaxy do pick up the point, but Default wants to spray. Backed off the hillside, though. I think this is bold to keep that peak going, but it works out, and there's a nade in from the off angle.
Yeah, spots that he spends his entire mag on the DBS. So just continues to spray him as he attempts to get through the window. One last player there for Enigma Galaxy. We're down to 5 teams remaining. 2 teams on just the 1 player. 77 running with Shifu. IWNRX there with Zedwolf.
Big nade placement there onto Berlin. Lemon wants to put another one in. Puts the pin back, though. Doesn't want to expend it. Last nade in the pocket. That is going to be very useful in the late game. I'm not surprised they go for that instead. They might just have to put bodies on the line or hold the line. They don't even need to push this. The outside track given to Enigma Galaxy, so they've got to keep the pace up to move through this. They're playing as 2 against Na'Vi with a full 4 hold. It's difficult.
It is so difficult here. Shifu finds Lemon, though. Potentially there's hope here for 77. 5 teams, but they need to whittle them down to just the 3. Shifu wants to start making any meaningful points here in this Miramar. Nade over the top. Gets very close. We'll identify the position at least, and Axe has still got 2 more left in the bandolier.
Oh, doesn't quite go long enough with that one. Shifu's just a little bit further away. That should go over the top. Will it land onto Shifu? Nearly takes him all the way down. Puts another one up into the sky. The suppression is there. The cover is there. Enigma Galaxy, can they push through in the meantime? A lot of preoccupation happening. Shifu has to leave. The circle's there. The burn down. And Lemon actually goes out. That is Enigma Galaxy still opening it up. Shifu nearly topples over the top. A spray down. And we'll be able to find 1. Maybe get the flush. No, it's covered up by Flip. But now Na'Vi are on 2. And the tables have turned. Fireflux can start to fight out of their building. They didn't have too much opportunity before, and Zedwolf is here to play. Back on into the fray, sprays the corner, nearly finds Soul K lacking. Should have held down that pre-fire, would have been beautiful, but it's not going to happen for Zedwolf. Can Na'Vi get back to their feet?
Yeah, it just doesn't commit to the spray. A Na'Vi up to 14 elims. That nade's extremely close, but how many there left remaining? Enigma Galaxy looking to move through. They know they're on the rocks. They want to get rid of them. Whilst Fireflux is locked down, the first is taken out, and Redox has to peek with the DBS, but the double spray is just too much.
Fireflux now with 2 alive. They can get this res. Enigma Galaxy out. 2 teams remain. 3 players alive for Fireflux. Solke now looking for Lux. The zone is closing to nothing. Default down first, and Na'Vi are having it all taken away from them. They've got a lot of points out of this lobby already. What more can they extract? It's up to Flip. I don't think this res happens. He doesn't have any nades. He is just down to his weaponry. It is all on the UMP, and there's nades flying his way. That's the right decision, but you're not going to get away from the nades. A Fireflux rolling over the top of the ridgeline. A lot of damage done, but in the end, it was 77 to find their weak point, to break down that defense. Lemon going down was the beginning of the end for them, and Fireflux able to weather the storm on the inside, get a lot of points for it too.
Yeah, I mean, for Fireflux, they didn't have the loudest of games, right? But they held a strong compound. It was sort of the compound they expected to win the game. Na'Vi, though, they've just been sweeping through. 16 eliminations, I think, at the end of it, maybe a couple more. Overall, massive game for them in second place. And Na'Vi keeps up this streak from last season, getting absolutely no eliminations, hardly from game to game, to this season having a lot more success. It's really nice to see.
Yeah, definitely. It's good to see things changing, developing. It's always nice to see that happen, right? So we're going to be on the lookout continually for that, and hopefully some of the stronger teams expectation-wise coming into this tournament will also be able to find those developments into this lobby once they figure out their rotations, as they are wont to do, right? So we'll have to wait for that again. We'll keep bringing it up until they start doing better. They've got a lot of time to do it, but it kind of creeps up on you, right? You can't be wasting too much time on improvement. You need to at some point be at your strongest form, and we'll have to wait for that for just a little bit longer. But Virtus Pro doing okay, doing pretty strong stuff. We'll see if they're able to keep that pace up. We'll have a look at what the standings have to tell us after the break. When we come back, we'll have our last match ready and queued up for you guys at home, so make sure that you stay tuned for one more match today, and the rest of the tournament as well left just around the corner. We'll see you in a few minutes.
88% of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
Na'Vi have it taken all away from them right at the end, but they've still got one more map to play today. We'll see if they're able to put their best foot forwards and return from what was not a disappointing result for them overall on the scoreboards, but you think they would have wanted to win that one in the end. One more Miramar map left to play today. My name is John Allen, with me is Blank, and we are going to get dug right on into it. That is right. Na'Vi, disappointing, but appointing as well, because they did get a lot of points.
They did, yeah. I mean, they didn't do too badly overall. I was pretty pleased with what I saw. I think that when you look at that game, I think Na'Vi, in terms of the eliminations, they'll be fairly pleased with it, right? Yes, they don't get the chicken dinner, but from the position they were playing, it was unlikely that they'd grab that one anyway. So what they went for instead was just the sweep down towards the south side, see what they get done with it. They quickly tried to deal with Enigma Galaxy because they knew they'd be dealing with Fireflux soon. Fireflux has the wherewithal to push out in that moment. They know they have the upper hand and they need to grab some advantage towards the center of the circle. That's what they go for. So overall, a good play from Fireflux. Looks a lot more switched on than what we've seen from Fireflux in the past, I'd say.
Yeah, it's going to be hopefully a change that sticks around, right, for Fireflux if they're able to keep this one going, but they've still got a long way to go. It's only day one. Taking a look at the numbers, you can see it was clear that Na'Vi did dominate that game. Just in those final moments, I think it was 77, managed to get a pick off on a key player, and they kind of didn't have an answer for it at all. They tried to go for the res, but that got burnt away with a nice Molotov coming through. Enigma Galaxy chimed in there. So really quite an unfortunate crumbling towards the end. Zeus, they put up some damage numbers as well. They were on that south side, remember, near 77 for quite a while. And even though they didn't win, they still won, technically, on points. 22 points to 20 for Fireflux.
Yeah, again, I think for Na'Vi, they're fairly happy with this game overall. Said it again, I'll say it twice. 77 with 10 points for themselves, all off the back of Shifu mainly. Again, stepping up as being one of the players to watch out for in EMEA going forward. I really do hope 77 makes it through to the next stages of this tournament towards the finals. I think they really do deserve it for all the work they've been putting in. I mean, they're a very strong team who is on the rise recently. There's a lot of teams on the rise here in the EMEA, and it's only going to get better as a lot of these teams start to coalesce together with just the best of the players making it now into the league.
Certainly is going to be interesting to see how these players develop over the course of the next few weeks. Fireflux, with that result, put themselves at the top 49 to 48, just about squeaking past Na'Vi, and that is going to be salt in the wound as well for Na'Vi not able to take that chicken dinner. The second chicken dinner for Fireflux. They've got pretty even Stevens placements in elims as well. That's generally quite a good sign. Virtus Pro, similar story for them. They've only got the one chicken dinner this time, but they've managed to get 12 extra placement points, whereas Fireflux, outside of their chicken dinners, only 3. But it's still very early, and I'm throwing these numbers around like they mean too much, which isn't necessarily the case, especially when you see Team Spirit on the second page. They've yet to engage Phase 2 for themselves. They haven't hit that transition yet.
No, they haven't. And again, this is what I'll always say about Team Spirit. It's a case of just got to give them time. I do again want to reiterate that they're one of the strongest teams in the world, which is why a lot of teams read into them a lot. If you were to do any of your research on any of these teams, if you were, say, not a team that goes through every single team here, which is not to be expected of some of these squads, you would certainly, even if you did one, you would look into Team Spirit's rotations, not only to figure out what they're going to be doing during this match, but maybe to even add to your own gameplay. And I think that's just how good Team Spirit is. So a lot of times it is quite difficult to make themselves on these rotations. They're constantly having to change up strategies because people read into them so much. However, some of the teamwork hasn't been up to par as of yet in this tournament, and hopefully that can improve over time.
Improvement is the name of the game in longer form tournaments. You can see Na'Vi getting locked in to today's games. They are hopefully going to be gathering pace for the last of today's matches. Feet up on the chair. Bold decision. I don't think it's very good for your posture, but maybe at an individual level, just works. I'll tell you what else just works. It's the Infinix GT20 Pro. Features dual chipsets and 144Hz AMOLED display drivers. Delivers up to 120 FPS, providing teams with outstanding performance and stunning visuals during the 2024 PMSL EMEA. This is the full season, and we are getting in for the last match of day 1, where these teams will start to define their path, potentially towards the world stage at the end of this tournament. Our top 6 teams will be moving forwards to London, but they've got to get to the finals first, and it's the top 16 teams that will be able to make it there. It's all on these weekly performances. I'm loving those hats on the back of the chair. Still, excellent stuff from 77 on the fashion.
Yeah, I'll try to look at why it exists. I don't know. I do not know. In the meantime,
we have no idea.
We have no clue. So if you know, drop me a message. Let me know what's good. But yeah, playing path over towards the south side, leaning. It's more towards central, let's be honest with you. I think this is one of the more kinder playing paths, going either from west to east or east to west in this case. For a lot of teams here on Miramar, getting you exactly where you might need to go, be it up towards La Cabrera or all the way down to Minas del Sur. So I think a lot of teams are quite happy here. Again, I will say the fact that Virtus Pro is able to maintain both Impala and the Puerto Paraíso split, I think teams are giving them a lot of space here. I think it's purely because of the grouping, and there'll be likely another team who's fairly strong that's currently taking Impala. But Virtus Pro had the knowledge to just be like, look, that team's not playing in our group this first day, so let's just take up as much space as possible. This way they're getting mega looted, by the way, right in the early game, especially with this plan.
That is what you want to see. Touchdown early. Move fast, move accurately as well. That is the second part of it. You can get off the blocks as quick as you like, but if you run straight into a brick wall, it's bad for the health. Ooh, what a circle down to the southeast side, right to Virtus.pro's backyard. Looks like Trovo 2030 and 77 will have a chance to establish sightlines on that south edge as well. It'll be interesting what this wave of teams that have moved north are going to do with this one. That western rotate over Minas del Sur, potentially there for teams like Heroic, maybe even Nigma Galaxy up in Olopotso.
Yeah, this is a case of a quick rotate down. A lot of times there's not a huge amount of space to be played on this northern side. A lot of it is just open ground, so it's a couple of the compounds that sit down towards that south side with some of the high ground that you want to be able to play towards. Team Spirit especially will want to get a move on. I mean, they have a good chance from Trimacera to rotate south and get to one of those positions like they usually do. Is likely going to come through in phase 2, but for Virtus.pro, what a good start for them, especially because they hold control over Impala and Port Paris, so they'll have a lot of knowledge to work off the back of and a lot of easy scouting in that early game.
Navi. Letting them know. Tell them about it, Axa. What do you got? Miscreants on the road. Goodness me. Just letting them know they're there. Sometimes it's all about the fear, you know?
Yeah, it has to be done. Has to be done.
Gotta make them sweat.
Okay.
Who's he shooting at? Is there a fight? I don't know. What's going on over there?
Well, that is the play, right? That is the play. You got to keep people on their toes in these games. Navi does make a long rotate up towards La Cobreria, so one of the furthest away from this circle, if not the furthest. Again, this first stage is going to take a while to come on in, but I imagine they will try and get looted up as quickly as possible before getting back in those vehicles and making a Hail Mary back down south. As the play zone will start to come in just 30 seconds.
IWNRX over towards El Azahar. They're going to be wanting to move fast as well. They've got priority on this eastern rotation, but only for maybe the next minute. That window will be closing soon as Fireflux will move in towards Impala, take control of those hills on the east side of it. Make things much, much more difficult for them. So the faster they can get going, the better. Heroic, looks like they are looking to mount up as well, finding their route down south. Guild, they have already moved past Partona. They're right on that south coast and potentially in the way of Heroic. Heroic's fight, I think, is going to be pretty difficult if Nigma Galaxy opt to go for the same rotate. I think they're going to crash into a fight. I think Nigma Galaxy are going to rock up behind them, and they're going to get caught in the crossfire.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's not exactly what you want to get done here. Getting sandwiched between two teams is never ideal. Already, shots start to pop off between Trovo as well as Zeus. Zeus losing a player. Trovo 2030. Monster Truck takes a heavy bit of damage. Rita, actually looking to get some shots off, but again, for Zeus right now, they're just biding their time. Trying to stay up on this high ground. With Darkin. Potentially having a shot here with the SKS.
Darkin. The down shots onto Trovo 2030, who give them a big broadside to attack, but doesn't quite have the ammo capacity to take them down fully there. A bit of damage sent in, but an unpunished rotation allows Trovo 2030 a lot more strategic position onto this engagement. Eren buckles on the ODM gear, thinks about jumping down the cliff, but thinks better of it. Ragnarok causing havoc from underneath with those nades, but this is the last one in the pocket. Doesn't have any more.
Zeus, yeah, I think they will just sit up here for a little while longer. It's unfortunate they lost a player straight away. And that will prove a little bit disastrous for them. Especially on a position where you want as many angles as possible to play this one out. It could be a nice nade. Drops it down. A little bit far out. I don't know if it ticked for any damage there. I don't think it did. No information found off the back of that either, which is a little bit misleading for Eren.
Potentially. This is a battle right for the middle of the circle. Remember, teams are descending on this location consistently, just constantly starting to push in now. Black Esports have moved in. IWNRX have gone past Impala. They're now on the east road, moving towards Puerto Paraíso, potentially a clash with Virtus Pro in their future. The south side's getting pretty hectic as well, as Guild and Team Spirit are close to one another. You've got, I think that's Power as well in that sort of vicinity down towards the south of this fight, with S2G and Heroic both looking to push in from the west edge. Los Leones right now, deserted. It's creating a wall between the sea and Los Leones that all of these teams are trying to push themselves in, trying to worm their way through the cracks. And this is Twisted Mind's approach from the northern edge. They're moving in with Black Esports behind them, with IWNRX ahead of them. You can see that position as well to their west already established. It's dangerous now.
Yeah, very awkward as Black Esports moves up on the side. It's Kikardi here with the Mini 14. Goes for a dirty little spray there over towards Lord and will pop him out the back of the vehicle. Then looks towards Robs, who maybe attempted to get out and drop a little smoke down. And Doran left behind in the dust. Will look for a shot of his own. Misses the last few crucial shots over towards Toshpik.
Not going to have backup from Coops in this scenario, not just yet anyway. I think it would need a little bit more than that. Coops does go down in the meantime, so it is just Doran now fully alone. As Twisted Minds once more get dismantled. It's like they have got two players, so I'm not too sure where their last is. Zeus, in the meantime, they've spotted Trovo 2030. And that fight is actually going both ways. A drop down from Eren. He is going to catapult himself off the edge there. That's good news. They find that clean flush. Doran still alive as Black Esports put on some acrobatics in the vehicles, but not quite being as efficacious as maybe they want to be. Poser, diverted, moved across.
Yeah, I mean, Doran is consistently moving back and forward to not allow them to keep checking the same place over and over again. And they'll have to keep eyes out for him. You see the map here as they're about to shift over towards the next position of the map, which is Los Leones. Wow. That is a very hard shift towards that northwest side, and it's going to be a clamor to get into Los Leones now and take up residence inside those urban finishes. A lot of teams that were sat out over towards the backside of this circle suddenly in a much better position to actually get a strong spot. Power being one of those teams who was dead set on the edge, looking like it was looking quite bad for them, but now suddenly it looks great. Virtus Pro, with all the space in the world towards Impala and Puerto Paraíso, though, feeling a little bit more than sad, as now they have to try and truck their way through an entire mass of teams that sits over towards their northwest.
Let's throw back to what is now a vintage meme, and it is free real estate up on the north edge of Los Leones Hills. Foot Chaos going to be happy to spread their influence over that north edge. Invest heavily in that area. Up and coming, I heard. 77. Trying to fend off Toshpik around the edge. Playing do-si-do with him. Toshpik, though, not having any of it. No games here. Toshpik's here to play.
Got absolutely timed there, honestly. As he walked through the building, Limbo Boom looks to send outside. That is so unfortunate. Catches a nasty surprise as he goes to look out on the dusty dunes where his adversary went. Magnum and Zadira last left remaining, but even so, Zadira on his own, knocked, unlikely to be picked back up again. Good shots coming through from Virtus Pro, though. They do find at least Robs. No casualties sent back their way. It's a good start.
Heroic on the south edge. Slowing things down. S2G. Give the game away. Doran with a challenge. Lux. Look at that reposition from Ketch as well. There is very little that Doran can do here. Needs to step out the back, use that back panel as cover from Ketch on the off angle. But it's only a matter of time before they navigate this one. He moves up and actually into a more favorable position. He's lined them up, which is exactly how you want to handle a fight like this, but Lux is just too quick on it. And that is one more player to fall in the face of Fireflux.
Painful. Very, very painful. Black Esports. 3 eliminations, but going down in 15th place. Not the first to fall. it will be certainly a tumble for them. Down in 13th place alongside with Twisted Minds in 14th. It's Footballers' case to get themselves a nice central position over towards the north side of Los Leones. And Team Spirit had to sort of extricate themselves, right? Pull themselves back out of that position that they'd crammed themselves into on that south side before moving off towards the west, where they might be able to make themselves an injection over towards Los Leones.
I want to look at Navi's position for just a moment. That's right up on the top of the hill on the north side of Los Leones. They're going to have a lot of power for the time being against it. But if those northern buildings become far too occupied, moving down from that spot is going to be very, very difficult. IWNRX might just straight up challenge them for it as well in the meantime. So dangerous for Na'Vi if they want to continue their campaign to bid for the top of the tables. IWNRX, a worthy challenger for them. 32 points, 6th place right now. They're putting up sneaky numbers, I think it's safe to say. Time and time again, just clambering their way on up. Guild on the southeast road, not having a good way in to Los Leones, have fallen short. Dexo, Master Stands, Adira, and Magnum. They have a crossfire. Guild are down to 1.
Unideal. Dexo last left alive here in stage 3. The Na'Vi on that nice north side. Honestly, for Na'Vi, it's been a great day for them. Real change of pace, because it has felt like Na'Vi's come in several times. Just not looked like the top team. And seems like there's been a lot going on in the back end for this squad. Support from the organization, potentially coaches coming in. Because they look so much better.
Definitely a revitalized roster, which is lovely to see. Magnum still trying to find the final player from Guild here. Dexo around the edge. A nice bounce on the nade there. Does a lot of damage. Dexo has to reposition over to the other side of the building, but he's fleeing these nades, continue to barrage his position. Gets that first aid. Probably going to be able to get this one to tick off, but no, holds the weapon to his shoulder. And gets the job done. Magnum, oh, nearly takes his eye off the ball, but manages to pull it back into control just in time, but unfortunately not in time to keep his teammate alive. Virtus Pro, in the meantime, can move now against this position. 4 players alive on the southeast side. They've got to find a way in because there's 13 teams alive and almost everybody is already in a position.
Yeah, everyone's got a good spot to play around. Virtus Pro makes their way up to this crossing between the 2 buildings as the road arcs down into Los Leones. I wonder if Magnum spots this. I think he has a good idea that there's players watching him. Tries to go for the scout. Just hides in the corner. Tires popped. Upsetting experience for Magnum. And here's Heroic with Kelvin and Volt on the top side of the building.
Kevin looking for the res. Nice arc on the nade. Oh, I thought that might have it. I think it was actually in the floor above. Perspective sometimes. A bit difficult to track on those, but dangerous nonetheless. Could have been curtains for him. But they survive. Live to fight another day. That's what Heroic are looking to achieve here. Power. Their first contact. And this is a difficult team to handle. Al-Haji, with a risky high ground position, it's always difficult if a team takes control of the ground underneath you. You are a sitting duck for anybody who sort of looks your way because you can't really have that route down. You don't really have anywhere to go from it. So it's dangerous, but Al-Haji has confidence in his team to keep control of the ground underneath the tower.
Yep. Team Spirit now starting to push their way in. There's a bit of a wrap that came through from that northwest side as they headed directly down towards that southeast and have found a decent spot to play in. I think we got Galaxy's in front of them. Nades will start to come through as they attempt to push Team Spirit back. But this might be an opening for them as we hit stage 4. And there'll be a lot of teams left alive inside this circle, John, just because we are an urban finish. Plenty of places to play and stay within cover. Kitsune taking shots from every which direction. Cannot find a single part in that room that's available to play in.
Also up for the fight with Scarface, but there's already a player. He doesn't even know he's in a fight. Goodness me, S2G almost certainly losing a player there. Scarface does need to be careful. He can't get too bold on this staircase. It is a broadside open shot here. If anybody looks his way, he is chasing this, doggedly hounding this elimination down. He might have just had it taken away from him. Marceau getting away with that is absolutely wild. He does not go down, gets down the stairs. Matic with a challenge. Nade onto the floor, finds a refrag on himself, but Matic losing teammates as well. Spray down is there. Team Spirit not having the best of times against Enigma Galaxy here. Berlin very resable.
Yeah, I mean, lots of ordnance going down from teammates over there on Enigma Galaxy. Nice nade from Narvalo. Some good predicts. And now just back down to just Nomi from Team Spirit. Very unfortunate crash here for Team Spirit on the northern side of the map. Pushed and pulled that way and this. Nomi again taking shots from all over the place. This is a painful position that both teams to be playing in.
Ooh, the drop shot there. Clean for Narvalo. Able to find Nomi, take him down. And Team Spirit once again eliminated. At the end of the day, 21 points. Not the result they were looking for. Pick up the pace. We'll see it tomorrow. Na'Vi on the north side, looking to try and crunch from that high ground. They've been out of this fight for a little bit. That was the off angle that was really putting pressure onto Nomi from Team Spirit, which means that now that he's gone, they can start to move in that west flank, start to try and encapsulate this northern side. I wouldn't be too surprised to see them split 2 and 2 over this north side, try and get some crossfire angles over towards IWNRX and Enigma Galaxy. But then again, the regroup after that, that next move after that would be really, really difficult to find. So could be a bit of a dangerous call for them. We'll see if they're able to make something else work. Virtus Pro in the meantime, pushing in from the south. Heroic, going to allow them to get ahead of them.
Yeah, I mean, for Virtus Pro, this is a team that's just been slowly prodding and poking at the edges of the circle, trying to find a position where they can maybe push their way in. Yeah, going up against Power, not easy. Koa now down. Not likely in a spot to be rezzed either. Jafar holding his own. Nades down the stairway. Long pin on him as well. They provide him a bit more time to play around with and actually hold both the players down towards that ball.
Oh, no.
Walsh! It wasn't a self-nade. Somehow Icy got his... No, it would have been a self-nade, but somehow Icy managed to get one through the window just at the same time.
Okay, well, that is pretty crazy stuff. But either way, Heroic getting swept aside here, but there is an answer from Volt, finding 1 and 2. A 1 versus 2 for Volt, finding a knock, finding 2, finding a flushes as well. That is a little bit of retribution. An even trade then on the combat on the southwest side, and Power are pretty happy about that because both teams have just lost 2 players. Na'Vi have tried to coalesce. 3 players now alive for them. IWNRX, this is their position that they've been holding for a while. 3 players alive. They're messing up to the top floor there. A nade up, a good bounce, but Frozen finds one in response, and it actually tags on to default this time. Kine also got another one down the stairs, and Swain descends.
No way!
A team nade comes on through. No, wait, that came in through the window. I've no idea whose nades are going which way, but Frozen on the outside looks to find Flip, the last player for Na'Vi versus the last player for IWNRX now. Tags on through the corner, and there's an off angle to seal the deal. A nice shot comes in. Na'Vi stay alive. Can they get these reses? They're all in the building. The smokes are there to cover.
Yeah, I'm not sure how Lowen pulled that off because he dropped a nade as he died, right? Because he was about to throw it down the stairs and they pushed him prematurely. And he drops the nade on the stairs, but it takes down both players. One that was on the stairs going up and one was on the stairs going down. I don't know how it split the damage so evenly between both players that it actually knocked both of them. But yeah, I don't know how Lemon did that. That was one hell of a martyrdom nade, actually.
That's pretty skibbity, wouldn't you say?
No, I wouldn't say that at all.
Oh, okay.
Do you know, like, the perk Martyrdom?
Yeah.
What does that have to do with Skibbity?
No, I was just saying other words that are different.
Okay. I see. Mine was contextual.
Yeah, mine was... I'm just throwing out Zoomer bait. Well, I guess it's Gen Alpha bait now.
Okay. I got you.
You gotta bait the waters. Get them interested, you know? Otherwise, they'll just scroll past you.
Yeah, I'm not. not skippity toileting anytime soon. Think you're fine.
Oh, you just did it. I heard you. Clip it. That's a clip.
I'm all right. Yeah, Na'Vi on that north side. Wait for that next circle to shift downwards, and it's towards the rough center of Los Leones here. Have a look at the map, trying to figure out. Because honestly, the center of this map is difficult to play. So it's really just going to favor one team once this comes down to it. I think if you're Football is Chaos, you're quite happy because you have a whole spot just to yourself here.
Yeah, it's definitely a pretty chilled out situation for the time being. But once these ring fence fights conclude, they'll jump into the ring, and I think that's when Foot Chaos are going to have to worry. A couple of these teams get trimmed down. This fight between Virtus Pro and Heroic, they've taken 2 players from either side. Bishke is close to the window. This nade looks good on the cook. Kevin repositions away from it, though. Volt is there for the backup. Bishke has more to go. Waiting to pull the pin on this nade. Power have yet to engage onto this fight. They're just holding it out, and I think that's the right call for them.
Yeah. I think for Power, because both teams, they know they're weakened. There's no point pushing yourself out of Los Leones. There's no sense to it. And with Bishke being the final player here, 6 eliminations, Power should be able to pick up these as they come through. They hear the fight conclude. Satan moves across. I think Bishke is just going to deny the points. Actually, no, he's not. Before he dropped the Molotov.
I think he heard the steps coming forwards and wanted to move out the back to give himself some better angles. So stopping a direct push from where he was running from, I think, is the goal of that Molotov. Either that or just clearing out his inventory faster. Yeah. Without giving a potential utility away to the enemy. Nice nade. Ooh, Bishke with a happy feat there. Repositions away from it. No damage tagged.
Yeah, making some smooth moves. It's easy, no? Easy does not know.
How does Easy let that happen? And how does Bishke not land a single shot through that door? 2 mess-ups there, but in the end, they even each other out. 2 wrongs do make a right, it turns out. Power Esports happy.
Yeah, they do lose Al Haji in the process of this game, but still, themselves further in. Somehow, Football is Chaos lose a player, which is super unfortunate. Na'Vi, remember, coming down from La Cobreria, have made it in towards that northern portion of the map, which is impressive. Very, very impressive.
Yeah, they were on that high ground for a long time to the north of Los Leones. They moved into IWRX's position and won out that scrap. Enigma Galaxy have been trying to get in ever since, but it's just not working out for them. And in fact, Enigma Galaxy now have lost a player as well. Looks like that might repeat itself as Redox gets knocked. I'm pretty sure it just gets flushed there. And Na'Vi pick up another point. They're playing as 3. No team has 4 players alive, so it is fairly even stakes right now, but getting across this road from the north side is going to be very, very difficult. Look at the high ground position from Doka Machine. Look at that position from Nico. It's going to be such a difficult maneuver to make. Do they have the smokes to do it? Do they have the skill to do it as well?
And next circle pops as well, over towards Football is Chaos. And the difficulty with this one is the fact that that portion down towards the south side, very difficult to play in, honestly. And not really where you want to be. So for a lot of teams coming in from that south side, likely going to have to just edge their way through to the compounds where Football is Chaos currently sits.
Na'Vi slowly moving forwards. Enigma Galaxy skirting the edges right now. Potentially with one of the more successful potential routes to cross the road, but you see it's just getting lit up so fast. Na'Vi, if they hear these shots, might take the opportunity to move across, and that's exactly what they do. Default leads the charge, immediate regroup onto it as well. They know this window of opportunity will not be open forever. They now actually may look to get ahead of it, but no, Foot Chaos have to fall back. They know they have to retreat now. Really heads up fall back there from Foot Chaos. They had to put suppression down towards Enigma Galaxy. Na'Vi made the right call as well. I think this is 2 right calls from both of these teams. Enigma Galaxy, I think, is the only questionable play in that set to try and go for that western skirt, but there's really not that many options for them. I like how it's played out on this northern edge.
Yeah, man. I mean, the fact that Na'Vi's been able to get into this building after excavating one of the players from Football is Chaos is pretty big. No one's really stopped them either. So this is actually a very strong position for Na'Vi to be in. The chance at overtaking Fireflux in this game, who only have the one stand-in right now, over towards where S2G are currently playing.
Potential for that stand-in to be pretty devastating as well. You can catch one player, get a flush very, very quickly in an urban environment. You have protection from walls. You can't immediately refrag. So stepping wrong once could change S2G's game a lot here. With all three players alive, they've got a non-zero chance of winning this match, but if they lose one, that goes down drastically.
Zeus. Over on the outside. Got Aaron here. Darkin needs to move in. Satan's down. Not likely they'll pick him up. Might just head
30
back.
seconds.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's so many angles.
oh my god.
Scarface has got a great angle from up here for Fireflux. I don't know when he's going down. He's still in the circle as well.
I kind of forgot that he was up there, but remember that scrap that he had with one of the players, I think it was from S2G, who ran up the stairs and then managed to drop all the way down. He's still there since then. That's a long time to be up on the high ground.
Yeah, and they're aware of him. There's not much they can do about it. Currently, at least. Tries to go with the spray. S2G will put a quick stop to that, though, John.
Yeah, not much you can do about that. Power go down. You have to make tough choices in these urban finishes. There's a lot of open ground in this final circle. That ring of buildings that sits around it. Going to be good. Scarface making his way down here. He's got 3 players to worry about. They're going to hear these footsteps. He's got to be careful, though, because as soon as Foot Chaos look out this way, it's going to be trouble abound for Scarface. But the question is, do they look this way? They're more preoccupied with their northern flank. Na'Vi may be able to catch a glimpse of it. Back up to the top he goes. Fireflux still looking to hold things down. Na'Vi finding Enigma Galaxy, and Enigma Galaxy eliminated. 6 teams remain now. 6 elims for Na'Vi.
Yeah, nice drop down, actually, from Na'Vi. And again, incredible game from them to get here towards this northern side of Los Leones from the position they were in. I suppose they had almost an advantage when the circle shifted so far towards the western side, giving them a golden opportunity. One of the last teams to make it to that circle. So they could make a quick switch over towards Los Leones, much faster than any other team at least. Nade's going down now over towards Football is Chaos, and what a nade it was. And realistically, Na'Vi have to pressure that.
S2G going to have to make their move as well, with shots ringing out on the northern side. They're going to have to. Shots potentially from above them as well, because there is an arbiter of this circle. I don't think that's going to last too much longer, though, with the circle crunching it in. It's going to push him off the high ground fast. That's Fireflux's Lone Ranger up the top there. Everybody who's moving is going to be worried about it. Scarface wants to find another bit of value. The spray onto Kelsey is huge. Hopping around. He's going to have to drop down. Looks for a spray, a second one. Can he get the flush in time? Will it be attributed to him? Goes down. But Hamzy now the last to play for S2G. Making his way in. Making headway as well. Na'Vi starting to flow over the top of Foot Chaos as well. Storm and Nico up on the higher floors here. Lemon and Flip looking to try and keep things going for them on the inside. They've got another player on the off angle as well. 3 players apiece on the northern edge.
And they'll be pushed out by this blue as well, John. Nade's going over the top, over towards Zeus. Looking to finish them off. Sees that nade going high. It's directly on him. Sits at his feet and will blow him out of the game. Now Zeus, Trovo 2030, as well as Na'Vi with just the 2 players, but the high ground to work with. Football is Chaos still going strong here. And Lemon holding it down with the pump shotgun on the lower floor.
2 players the maximum active now. For Na'Vi, for Zeus, for Foot Chaos as well. Only 2 players each, and they're fighting for the middle. Lemon moves on in. On the warpath with the shotty, close range. Storm trying to hold the off angle. Lemon goes down. Storm's going good. Looks for another, but Flip with a sliver of HP and 4 first aids can keep things going for a little bit longer. Crossing the road. Zeus looking to try and take this one back into control. They are playing as 3, and an aid over to Trovo. 2030 should seal the deal for them to have a good chance of crossing this road, to at least hold the players trying to move on in. Na'Vi with 1. Foot Chaos with 1. Not connecting with a spray on Nico. Here's the DBS over the top bridge line, but it's shut down. And Flip
with a little bit more to do. Darkin moves in, steps out wide, the spray's good, and it is going to be Zeus to claim the final Thunderdome fight. And that is one hell of a way to close it down. Na'Vi nearly all the way, but not quite able to make it that final hurdle.
Yeah, very quiet game there from Zeus, but finally bringing it online at the end. But yeah, for Na'Vi, again, another set of great games towards the end here on Miramar will set themselves up far up in the rankings. Really good stuff.
A happy performance for a lot of players on this side, certainly for Zeus. See a little bit of relief there, I think it's safe to say, as we take a look at some of the highlights from that last match. Twisted Minds, today, a little bit disappointing. I think you expressed your worries, potential concerns about the strength of this roster at the start of today. All individually fantastic, phenomenal players, names that will be remembered for a long time, I'm sure, but together, is it the right mix? For now, the answer is no, but they've still got plenty of days to prove us wrong. Power, they've been pretty effective. Heroic, they had a good start, but haven't quite been able to do too much more since then. Fireflux, this high ground position for Scarface went very, very well. Able to get a lot of points for it. Staying alive for quite a while.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly where Fireflux will end up on the leaderboard after that. Will they be ahead or behind Na'Vi? I think after that nice display of gameplay they had towards the end there, especially from Scarface, what game from him up on high. Really tried to squeeze that position for every single point that it was worth, and certainly did a good job of doing that. So extremely happy for Fireflux. And I'm hoping they're first place after that, because they had some good games today. And honestly, I think it is high tide for a Fireflux return to form.
I think so too. I mean, it has been a long time coming. Let's take a look at the points from that match. 18 points for Zeus. They managed to get 8 limbs. Na'Vi with 15. Again, putting up numbers here. Foot Chaos on 11. And Fireflux, I think, with they were definitely not 10 points ahead at the start of this game. Oh, no, wait. No, it's not Zeus. It's Na'Vi who are chasing them, right? So that's a 7 points gain. We'll have to wait and see just where it falls, because Virtus Pro are there as well with 6 points on the board. See how much further they can go up. Team Spirit, Twisted Minds, not great results from them so far. IWNRX, they got rolled over by Na'Vi on the northern side. This urban environment, I think, it's always kind of a little bit unfair to judge people based on urban environment endings. There is a lot of RNG involved, I think, a bit more in these urban environments as to whose building it goes to. But that felt pretty controlled. And in general, Na'Vi making good moves repeatedly against teams that didn't seem to have an answer yet.
Yeah, again, I genuinely think that today has been a good display just of some of the teams that we know have good players on side, but just haven't been performing quite well for some time now. And again, I think it's that motivation that's kicking in now for a lot of the teams where it's like, guys, we need to get back on the bike now. Honestly, we need to start making some good performances. If that means really improving our gameplay in the back end, so be it. Let's do that.
And make it work. I mean, you've got to, right? Those scores going to start to add up, and they will add up over time as we keep on going. Zeus, happy to put that up on the board. 8 limbs, 1,625 damage. That glare of the glasses, blinding everybody in Los Leones. You can see that on the far end. And we'll see if they can keep that pace up, because I think this is a roster that, in general, I don't think we were expecting much of coming into this, and in general today hasn't had that much of an impact, so it's great for that they can close down their final day in strong form, but can they keep things going? That's the big question.
Yeah, I think for Zeus it was an odd game to say the least, in terms of being very, very quiet, and it was a weird start to their match as well. And I think that they got a little bit lucky in the sense of, because they were so quiet and didn't get a lot done, a lot of the hard work was done for them by the time they got to that end game. But yeah, I genuinely think that some of the other teams were able to get a lot more out of that match than potentially them, if it wasn't for the fact that they were able to pick up so many eliminations in literally the final moments of the game there. But yeah, overall, very, very impressive day from the likes of Fireflux, Na'Vi, IWNRX, yeah, and Virtus Pro, not to say the least, because I think the Virtus Pro, although a little bit quiet towards the end of the day, had an insane start.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see what they've got for us in the future. Because remember, we're shuffling up the groups for tomorrow. I have to double check exactly which group is sitting out, but I think it might be Fireflux who are sitting out, as well as Foot, Chaos, Heroic, and Power. Because that would be Group D sitting out. But we've had some interesting different groups chosen to sit out on different days before. So have to wait and see which group exactly is going to sit out tomorrow. But for the time being, maybe taking the wind out of the Fireflux sails if you take them out of the roster immediately. But let's hop on over to the MVP of today, Default. Brought to you by EWC. 3k damage over the 6 matches they played today. That's 500 average. Very, very solid stuff there coming on through. A little bit over 500, but we ran down.
Yeah, again, for Default, he's been a pretty outstanding player even on other rosters in terms of like his presence was very much known despite maybe some of the rest of his teams when they was playing in maybe not being so great. And it's nice to finally see him finding a home here on Na'Vi under that banner and doing very well underneath it as well. I mean, this has been a fantastic day for Default overall for Na'Vi with a much more aggressive play style that seems to suit them. Seems to suit them a lot more.
Yeah, they have managed to get a lot of value for that. As we take a look at some of the frags that Default was able to accrue today. He did lead the knocks midway through the day as well, and Na'Vi in general did not slow down too much at all. You can see he's holding down the angle nice and effectively, up to the rooftop as well. This was the fight over in Military Island, and he's just peppering everybody he can see, covering his teammates' rotation. Really solid maneuvers there, rotating in front of your line of fire. Making sure that you're covering those peaks. Going for those trades and just putting nades in, putting ordnance in. Just an all-round stellar performance from Default today.
Yeah, really good stuff. And this who he will be challenging tomorrow. It's Footballers Chaos. So we'll play a TDM from the guys on Footballers Chaos versus Na'Vi after match 3 tomorrow. So make sure you check that one out. Should be fun.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a great match to watch. Trying to call out. I think that's a separate region, right? Yeah, Na'Vi representing Middle East and Africa, and then you've got Foot Chaos representing Türkiye. So that's who they want to take on down to TDM town for tomorrow. You can see the highest damage game was an Erangel, 1,804 damage in general. These are relatively low damage wins, but the elimination counts, I think, are sort of similarly placed to what we would expect.
Yeah, I think the big one is that Fireflux get themselves 2 wins on the day today, which is very nice. 13 elims from Sandhawk from Virtus Pro, which is what started off their stellar performance over the course of the day. But yes, Fireflux getting a win over on Erangel and Miramar, so 2 separate battlegrounds is nice to see. Honestly, albeit the Erangel one was a bit low on the damage side, around 800 damage total. So not a huge game, but still a chicken dinner nonetheless. 10 points. You'll never say no to that.
No, you'll always take 10 points. If you say no to 10 points, I think that would be a silly decision. Overall rankings, Na'Vi do indeed sit atop the pack with 63 points, but close on their heels is Fireflux with 57 and Virtus Pro with 52. Behind that is a little bit of a drop-off after 77. You can see, I mean, even Power down towards 77 is an 8-point drop-off, and then beyond that, even further down towards 6th place. So potentially a top 4 starting to emerge, but that gap is closable very easily so as well. We've got 5 match days to play, but each team only plays 4 match days, which means that as a total, they play 24 matches each. 6 of those matches taken out for these 16 teams. But we've got 4 teams that you haven't even seen yet left to play tomorrow. We are going to be excited to bring you those. I think we've got Brute Force, we've got RCB, we've got Team Falcons, and we've got Vibes Esports waiting in the wings to try and jump up towards these overall rankings.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's a little less tight than we saw it in spring. So some teams are already blasting ahead of the pack towards the top side of the table, which is really cool to see. Yeah, you can check out our socials down below there, pubgmobile.europe.official over on Instagram, PUBG Mobile Europe at YouTube, and PUBG Mobile EU official over on TikTok. So go follow us, check out what content we're making over there as we keep up to date with all these games.
Absolutely. That's the only place to be. My name is John Allen. with me has been Blank. You can find us at the relevant social media handles below. And of course, make sure that you stay tuned for more PMSL EMEA, because today has been an interesting day. I think it's safe to say things happened that we wouldn't have expected, and some things seem to be righting themselves from previous potential failures. We'll have to wait and see if that continues, though, because we've got more matches to play. They just keep on stacking up. I think that's all I've got for today. Blank, do you have any closing thoughts?
No, dude. I think that it has been a fantastic round of PUBG Mobile, and I'm excited to get into a little bit more tomorrow.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, because we've got 6 more matches for you tomorrow, hot and fresh off the press, with 4 more new teams left to play and enter the fray here, the PMSL EMEA. That is right. More matches, same time, same place, same channel. Make sure that you are there. We'll see you guys tomorrow.